Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting. Today is May 30th, 2023, and the time is now 5:31 p.m. As always, the same rules of civility and decorum apply, and we do have a special circumstance this evening. We will have our regular meeting followed by a break, and after the break, we'll proceed to the workshop. So I'd like to call now for the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pensurga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Hay.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly is absent. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation this evening will be led by Commissioner Woodrow Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by myself. Let's all stand for the invocation and pledge.
Let us pray. O Lord our God, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. We come today and pray for your presence among this meeting. Pray that the decision that we make will be for the betterment of this great city. We pray that we will use our best skills and our best judgment, keeping ourselves impartial and neutral. We thank you for our blessings of arriving here safely, and we thank you for our safe return to home. We give you all the honor and all the praise that you deserve. For it's in your Savior's name we pray. Let every heart say amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to move on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, corrections, or reorganize, but there's nothing to reorganize. There's only one item on the agenda. Is there anything else to be added from staff?
No, Mayor.
All right, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? So moved.
Second.
A motion, a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. Informational items by members of the City Commission. Let's begin on my right with Commissioner Cruz.
I have no disclosures today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing today, Mayor.
And Commissioner Hay.
No, none.
And no disclosures for myself as well. Let's begin with the presentation. This is the Parks and Recreation Facilities Impact Fee Public Workshop and Extraordinary Circumstance Meeting Presentation. We have our consultant here this evening. If you could please introduce yourself for the record and begin.
If I may, Mayor.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. We are here today to discuss park impact fees. This request was brought to staff at last year's budget workshops. We were tasked with hiring a consultant to review our fees and update them. So today we do have Sean Ocasio representing Reftelis with us. He will review the findings through the study that is now complete. He will give his presentation, and following that presentation, we would like to discuss implementation with the board. With that, I'll hand it over to Sean.
Okay, thank you. So feel free to let me know if I'm talking too softly. I've been told in the past I talk too soft, so a little gesture or anything will be good. So as Amanda mentioned, we've done our analysis on the Parks and Recreation impact fees and the update. As a part of that analysis that we'll be going over today, we have the extraordinary circumstances, which is the main cause of what we're here to talk about. With respect to the presentation, some of the things we're going to be talking about will be the background and the purpose of the study, some legal considerations on impact fees, impact fee criteria, what goes into them, the fee calculation methodology itself on a high level basis. From there, we'll be talking about the major assumptions in that, which are a projection of population. There's a forecast that we put together for that. We've updated occupancy factors. We've looked at levels of service, capital investment, both historical and forward-looking, based on the recently completed Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and then some comparisons and some recommendations. So that's kind of the high level of what this is going to entail. Next slide. Yeah. So as it stands right now, the current impact fees that are in place are $875 per single family dwelling unit. That'll be the main one that we compare throughout the presentation. Those fees have been in place since fiscal year 2013, though I think there may have been some preceding one in 2011, but those fees have been in place for quite some time. One thing I wanted to note about that fee level, at that $875, is that that's currently designed to only recover about 36% of the capital investment at the time the fee was implemented. So essentially, there was a 64% discount that was built into the existing fee or analysis. So whenever the fees were designed in your ordinance, a decision was made at that point in time in the interest of, potentially incentivizing some future growth in the community and whatnot to have a discount on those fees of that 64% level. That is a pretty substantial discount, I will say, from things I've seen in other municipalities. So as far as what impact fees are, these are fees that are typically paid by new residential development, specifically residential for the purposes of recreation fees, and they're associated with new demand for capital facilities. These fees are used to pay for growth-related parks and recreation assets that are going to benefit the community and that are driven by growth. One thing that's really important with these fees, in addition to what they are and who pays them, is that you want to make sure that you have these things right-sized for your community. And the reason I say that is to the extent that they're not appropriately sized or at the right level for the community based on the current level of capital investment and what's planned, is that to the extent they're not at that level, the existing residents will have to shoulder some of the burden there. So to the extent the impact fees aren't at a high enough level that is both reasonable and justifiable, the taxpayers are going to pick up the difference there. So we want to try to make sure that we balance this out so that the fees are at the appropriate fee level. Next slide, please. So in terms of legal considerations, the basis for impact fees and their related criteria are established in the Florida statutes and as well as case law. There's the Florida Impact Fee Act that's been amended from time to time. Most recently, the most recent update was in fiscal year 2021. There were some big changes as a part of that statute update in 21, which we'll get into in just a moment here. Next slide, please. So the Florida Impact Fee Act, it has some requirements built into it. The requirements are that the fees have to be based on the most recent and localized data. So you want to make sure that they're right-sized for the data and investment of the community, growth projections, things of that nature. So want it to be recent and tied in time. Other requirements, there's some other items listed here that you want to have separate accounting for them. So they have their own fund, they're accounted for separately. Any administrative charges are limited to actual costs. To the extent that there's a projected or proposed increase in the fees, you have to give 90 days notice to the building community just to make sure they can adapt their pricing structure accordingly. The local government does have the burden of proof in the event of a challenge. So that's something that's differed from history as I understand it. It used to be if someone was going to challenge you, they had to prove it was unreasonable. Now it's actually you have to prove that the fee is reasonable. So there's a little more teeth in there. The other thing is these fees have to be charged at the issuance of a building permit and not before. Next slide, please. So what I mentioned a minute ago, the changes in fiscal year 2021 or calendar year 2021 was they did some updates to the impact fee statute, and those updates mainly revolved around fee levels and fee phasing. So what they said was, and you'll see in the details here in the slide, an increase of not more than 25% compared to the existing fee level would have to be phased in evenly over a 2-year period of time. To the extent that there's an increase between 25 and 50%, then that increase then has to be phased in evenly over a 4-year period of time. So that's 12.5% a year for 4 years and capped at that 50% marker at the end. They did, though, build into the statute a provision, which is, again, the basis of our conversation here today, that they called extraordinary circumstances. And what that relates to is that cap. So, like I said, there's the 0 to 25% threshold, the 25 to 50% threshold, and nothing higher than 50% unless you can establish that there's extraordinary circumstances, in which case you are permitted to you do a fee increase higher than that 50% level, and you get to sidestep the phasing requirements as well. So it can all be done at once. There are certain procedural requirements associated with those extraordinary circumstances, one of which being the meeting that we're having here today. The statute requires 2 public meetings associated with the findings and the circumstances themselves and disclosing them and discussing them publicly, which that's going to be covered in a few slides. One of the other things that they also added to the statute was that you can't change the fees more than once every 4 years. So that's not to say, phasing program, but between intervals of what the fee level is going to be adopted at, you can only do it once every 4 years. So that was also a change in 2021.
Sean, before you proceed any further, if I could ask you to pause for one moment.
Yes, sir.
Let's try to elaborate on the meaning of extraordinary circumstance. I know I asked council this exact same question, but I also want to ask you that question so we're fully informed. From your experience, what would qualify for an extraordinary circumstance?
Okay. So one of the nice things that happened when they updated the statute is they didn't fully define what extraordinary circumstances can be. However, that being said, to answer your question, what I've seen in a number of communities has to do with the level of capital investment. For one, and we've seen it on utility side as well as municipal services, would be the inflation in capital costs that are being experienced. As an example, I have a client in Central Florida that we just did an impact fee study for, and the fee increase was fairly high because of the significant inflation in the capital plan. So they were having project costs that they thought was going to be $10 million, and by the time the bids and everything came in, it was $15 or $20 million. So capital inflation is a part of that increase in capital costs. Another extraordinary circumstance is population growth. Depending on the community, you can have pretty high population growth that's necessitating the increase in the municipal service, whatever it is being provided, in this case, parks and recreation. But to the extent you have higher than normal growth, that can also be a driver as well. Some others we've seen, those are probably the two biggest ones. It can also even relate to potential delay between fees. And what I mean by that is, if let's say the municipality hasn't changed the fees in quite a long time, I've also seen that as a potential justification for them. So there can be a number of reasons. The main ones are capital and capital inflation, population driven, time between fee updates, and then sometimes fee methodology changes.
Thank you.
Sure. Next slide, please. So in terms of impact fee criteria, there's a rule that we have to follow. It's called the dual rational nexus. And essentially it just means that the costs that we're building into the impact fee have to be growth related costs, but then also the fees themselves have to be used on those growth related projects. So we're trying to tie the derivation of the fee in terms of the growth related costs to its usage. So that's the two-pronged link there. They also, these fees have to be based on reasonable levels of service. One thing that's good is, you guys just are right on the heels of finishing up your Parks and Recreation Master Plan, in which you all have gone through that exercise of looking at the level of service, looking at the future capital investment, which actually was a big part of our study, using those updated assumptions and service levels. One of the other big things that I want to make sure I notate on the front end is, impact fees, what they can be used for. So these are fees that are paid by new growth and new development, not by existing residents. And these fees can only be used to pay for expansion-related capital costs or expansion-related investments in that specific service, in this case, parks and recreation-related assets. You cannot use them for operating and maintenance costs or salary costs or anything like that. You also can't even use them to fund projects that are rehabilitation or renewal and replacement related. So these would only be for new assets or for expansion of assets. Next slide, please. So as far as the fee calculation methodology, the first thing we do is we put together a forecast of population and housing units. We look at a variety of different data sources. We look at the Census Bureau. We look at the Bureau of Economic and Business Research for some historical numbers. We even look to the Florida Housing Data Clearinghouse. Both of those last two items are run by the University of Florida. They do both historical look back on population, dwelling units, and occupancy, as well as forward-looking projections of housing units and population growth. From there, we take those data sources as well as planning data from the city and actually the population projection from the master plan, and we use that to develop our forecast of people and of dwelling units over time. And then the reason that's important is because when we take all the costs that we're looking at, we're then going to divide them out by those units, which I'll get to in a second. One of the other things we look at as a part of that historical look back at population and housing unit data is the occupancy factors. and we update those. And the reason for that is the fees that you currently have in place are scaled based on occupancy assumptions. There's the single family attached and detached dwelling unit. There's multifamily units of 4 or less units, and then there's multifamily class of 5 or more units. And so for each of those, we look at the historical population and unit data to get a sense of the persons per household, so that when we come up with a cost per person, we can scale it by that factor. As a part of the analysis, we also looked at the existing and proposed levels of service. We looked at the existing investment in parks and recreation related capital facilities, as well as the planned future investment in capital facilities, and more specifically, the ones that are designed to accommodate new growth and provide service to growth. And then from there, we take that whole cost bucket of existing investment, future investment that's available to serve growth, and then divide it out on a per person basis based on that population forecast, and then scale it by the occupancy factors. That's the, if you can believe it, that's the short version of it. Next slide, please. So in terms of the service area forecast that we put together, like I said, we used a number of different sources. You'll see that on the forecast here, we're looking starting period of fiscal year 2022 going through 2050. So that's the endpoint we're looking at. And you'll see we have a permanent population projection, seasonal population as a function of that, and total population. So in terms of the permanent residential populations, going from just under 82,000 in 2022 to about 96,000 in 2050. In terms of projection of dwelling units, that's about just under 34,000 dwelling units in 2022, going up to just under 40,000 dwelling units in 2050 as well. So those will be the units that we divide our costs by when we get to that stage. Next slide, please. So for the occupancy factors, I won't belabor the method since I already talked about it a second ago. What I will say is the existing fees are based on occupancy factors as listed here. The single family detached and attached is based on 2.66 persons per dwelling unit. The class for dwelling units of 2 to 4 units, which are like smaller multifamily structures, that's based on an occupancy of 2.06 persons per dwelling unit. And then multifamily for the larger multifamily dwellings of 5 or more units, that's based on 1.81 persons per dwelling unit there. So that's the existing relationship you'll see in your fees. We use the most recent 2021 Census Bureau population and dwelling unit data to develop our updates, in which case you'll see they're somewhat close. For single family, it's about 2.63 change, so it went down slightly from 2.66, whereas for 2 to 4 units, it went up from 2.06 to 2.36. And multifamily went from 1.81 to 1.97. So some changes there that we're trying to true up to make sure, again, like we said on the front end, that the fees are based on the most recent localized data to the community. So we're trying to true up every part of the calculation there. Next slide, please. Oh, you're already there. So in terms of level of service, right now, as of the start of the study, the existing level of service that's a part of the comp plan and everything is based on 2.5 acres per thousand of population. And there are some other advisory levels of service for certain facilities, but the main one is the 2.5 acres per thousand. Currently, the city owns about 30 different parks, and that encompasses about just under 320 acres of space associated with those parks and facilities. So when you look at that as it compares to your existing population, you're actually providing more than the level of service that's adopted, whereas the level of service is 2.5, you're providing, as of last year, about 3.9. So there's a surplus that you have there in terms of the acreage. And the other facilities that you're providing range from basketball courts, tennis courts, softball fields, pickleball. There's an aquatic center, some clubhouses. So there's a number of things built into that, but you are providing a surplus at this time, which that's not a bad thing. Next, okay, over there. So as I mentioned a moment ago, and as I'm sure you all are well aware, you all are just finished going through the master planning process for your Parks and Recreation Department. And as a part of that study, there was some updates and refinements to the levels of service that the city and the community wanted to provide. And it also included some visioning components with some forward-looking capital projects and investment in order to get the city there. So the goal that was built into that plan was going from 2.5 acres per thousand to about 6 acres per thousand of population, with the aim to increase that level of service over time incrementally. One of the things with that is we want to make sure that as you go forward in time, that you periodically will review and assess the acreage as it relates to population, just to make sure that you're moving upwards in time. That being said, for our purposes, we wanted to be a little more conservative, knowing that that was the end goal. And even though your current level of service is 2.5 and you're aiming for 6, we wanted to aim for that next step. And so we thought, assuming 4 acres per 1,000 right now for the purposes of the fee analysis would be appropriate, especially considering you're already providing about 3.9. So just kind of that next step up there. One of the things I will note is you are providing 3.9 acres right now, and the fee is based on a level of service of 4. So that 0.1 increment of acreage, the cost associated with that is not built into the fee. And the reason for that is, like I mentioned a moment ago, you can't account for any deficiencies or anything like that as a part of the fee. It's just the growth part. So we want to make sure we're fair to growth, that we're not making them also pay not only for their share of growth, but for a true up of an existing level of service. Next slide. So in terms of the capital cost side of the equation, we looked at the existing investment. So, the city provided us with its detailed fixed asset listing for the Parks and Recreation Department. That had a total of about $42.2 million of capital facilities associated with Parks and Rec. In that, we also were provided information with respect to grant funding and contributed assets. And the reason that's important is we want to make sure that we back out or provide a credit, if you will, for those capital facilities that weren't paid for by the city. So of the $42.2 million of existing investment, about 41.8 is included in the calculation because about 1.2 is grant funded there. I think there's a typo on that. I apologize. But we're trying to make sure that about 1.2 million is excluded from the fee calculation because they were funded from other sources. So the net amount is about 40.6 million that's included. And then we looked at the visioning component of the master plan that included the forward-looking capital projects. We also looked at the near-term capital improvement program for the department, and that included about just under $74 million of planned capital facilities. Now, when we looked into that, we had some discussions about future grant assumptions, and for the purposes of the analysis, we've assumed that just under $12 million of that capital plan will be funded through grants over between now and 2050. So the net amount of future-looking capital investment included in the calculation is about $62 million. So that's effectively, when we look at the historical assets that were funded from grants and what we're looking at as the assumption of forward-looking assets funded from grants, that's just around $13.1 million, or roughly 10% of the total investment between now and 2050.
Sean,
Yes, sir.
help me understand, and perhaps this is a staff question, I'm not entirely sure. How do we come up with the $73.9 million figure? Where'd that come from exactly?
Sure. So when we looked at the near-term capital plan that was adopted based on the city budget, that comprised about the first 3 years of our window. From there, we then stitched that together with the capital program that was built into the master plan, that was actually that's the bigger part of that number there. So it's those two plans linked together, and the idea is the long-term master plan was to take the city further out in time in terms of the investment. So those numbers came from the near-term CIP from the city and the long-term CIP from the recreation master plan.
All right, thank you. Ms. Radigan, it looked like you're about to add something. Did you want to add something or no?
No, Sean's last comment actually covered what I was going to say.
Okay, excellent. A good sign. Thank you, Sean.
Sure. Next slide, please. So here's where all those moving parts kind of come together. We have the net existing investment in facilities, capital facilities for the department that comes in at about $40.6 million. Again, that's net of the $1.2 million of historical grant funding. And then the net future investment in facilities at about just under $62 million. That $62 million, again, is net of grants as well. It comes to a total of about $103 million. We're then taking those total costs that are, again, the total investment historically, and then the future investment going to 2050, and we're dividing it out by the corresponding population at that end point in time. And the reason for that is we want to make sure, or rather I'll say it like this, that existing investment provides service to existing residents, but it'll also provide a benefit to future residents. And the new facilities that the city would be building and adding on to will not only be providing service to new growth, but existing residents will also get a benefit from them as well, right? You're not going to bifurcate that like that. So in our minds, it makes sense to then go, okay, well, if everyone's getting a benefit from all of this capital investment, then we're going to divide it out by everyone. So one of the things that that does is we get a cost per person when we do that. And that cost per person is about $972.64. We then take that cost per person, and like I mentioned a moment ago, those occupancy factors that we talked about for the different classes, we then scale it accordingly. And so what you'll see at the bottom of the slide is the single family attached and detached based on the updated 2.63 persons per dwelling unit would get you a fee of about $2,560 per dwelling unit. For dwellings, smaller multifamily units between 2 to 4 units, the factor was 2.36. Again, taking that $972 number, applying that factor to it with a little bit of rounding, you get the $22.99. And then the same holds true for the multifamily 5 units and above with the same 1.97 factor, you get $19.14 as the proposed maximum fee level. So this would be the highest amount that could be justified based on your specific population criteria, your capital plans, your existing investment, your specific grants, your occupancy data. One of the things I would also want to quickly note is, in some municipalities, they think if by adopting impact fees, these impact fees are going to pay for all the capital costs on a forward-looking basis. And I want to kind of say on the front end here that that's not exactly the case. That's not going to be the case. So because we're dividing all of these costs by everyone, you're currently at what I think it was 88,000 people roughly as of 2022. So you're only going to collect these impact fees from new growth, right? So it's only going to be from the 88,000 to that build out number I had mentioned before. So if you think about it, if you were having this, let's say everything is collected at that $2,560 number, then all of the impact fees that would be collected over that interval of time between now and 2050 would only get you to about maybe a quarter of that CIP number, that future capital investment number. So the reason I mentioned that is that's about 24% of that number. The reason I want to mention that is the other 75% of those capital costs would still need to be funded from other sources, whether it's surtax or general fund or bonding or something like that. So these fees aren't. I'd be careful to say, I don't want you to think they're a silver bullet that's going to take care of all the capital costs going forward, but they're meant to take care of their fair share. Next slide. So on this slide here, we have the existing fees as they are, the $875 for single family, the $678 and the $595 for the different types of multifamily based on the dwelling units. And then we have the maximum supportable fees for each type with the respective increase and shown in the third column. What I have at the very far right side is a 50% threshold. So what that relates to is I just wanted to make sure we had mentioned a moment ago that the statute says you're allowed to increase the fee up to 50%, but you can only do that if you do it over a 4-year window and you're capped there. So that would be that capped number if you chose to just go the standard method and not do anything extraordinary like we were talking about today. So that would be those levels. And what you'll see is they're a lot lower than the maximum supportable fee. There's certainly an option to do that, but what will happen is, like, remember when I mentioned a moment ago that the impact fees would pay about 24% of the forward-looking capital plan from now until 2050. To the extent you don't do that, I had mentioned earlier, you want to have these fees right-sized because to the extent you don't have them funded from impact fees, the taxpayer and existing residents would have to shoulder that burden. So to the extent if you were to want to go based on the statutory 50% maximum, then you'll see there's quite a bit of money left on the table because these fees are probably around half. So instead of getting 24%, you'd be getting 12. So that other percentage would have to be again recovered from existing residents. So let's see. What our proposal is is to go move forward and comply with the procedural requirements for extraordinary circumstances. Because in your community's case, there's a significant capital investment that's planned between now and our estimate of build out. Currently you have about $40 million invested, and you're going to be adding another 62 net of investment right there. And there's also some pretty big construction cost inflation would impact your construction costs and your investment on a forward-looking basis. And you're not immune. Everyone is experiencing that right now. There's significant inflation in construction costs and utilities and municipal services. We're seeing it everywhere, and you all are not immune to that. It's impacting your construction costs as well. One of the other things is the projected growth in population between now and our estimated build out or 2050. That's about another 17% in total population growth. That's going to be impacting and creating a demand for these facilities. And the other item, the current fees are again based on that 36% threshold with a 64% credit. So, that decision back then to not recover the full amount through the fee is part of also the reason why there's such a big difference between what we're proposing and what you have. If you were to eliminate that 64% credit, just for comparison purposes, I want to say the fee comes out to around $2,300 or $2,400, in which case what we're proposing this evening isn't too terribly different from that if you were to scale them like that. Next slide, please. So here is a comparison that we put together of some other Florida communities. This is all for single family. That's the unit we're comparing against. And you'll see that at your current level, you're on the far left side at the 875. There's a couple underneath you. And that even at the implementation of the full amount, the full $2,560, you'd still actually be below the survey average. It would be on the the right side of the comparison, but it would still be in line with what's charged throughout the state. And you have a number of municipalities that are a good bit higher than you. We have Coral Gables over 7,200, City of Miami, Boca Raton, Palm Beach Gardens. They all have pretty high parks and recreation impact fees over there. And for the ones that are on the lower end, what we don't know as a part of this comparison, again, we're just looking at what the fees are and how they all stack. What we don't know is what level of discount other municipalities might be providing, or are they even providing as robust a level of service as you all are. That you're providing the 3.9 right now, you're going to bump that up to 4 and bump that up to 6. These fees are somewhat unique to the community based on the needs that you say you have and what you want to put into the city. So, next slide, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question.
Sure.
So the chart that's shown on page 10, it's referring to only single family fee comparison to other municipalities, right?
Mhm.
What about like multifamily? Do we have comparison of those fees, or we only looked at single family?
We do have a comparison for all of them, but the one we generally use as the standard is single family. That's the most common. So that's why we scaled it that way. Some municipalities, they only charge one fee for everyone. Some do differentiate like you guys do. Some even take it a step further and go, there's a single family fee, a multifamily fee, and a mobile home fee. So we try to pick the most common denominator.
And I would just also add, Vice Mayor, that since most of these fees are based on a per person occupancy, they're all relative. So they're all based on that 948 per occupant. So they are all essentially the same fee, just scaled based on the occupancy.
Right. So in terms of our recommendations, we would recommend that the city would consider adopting the proposed impact fees and implement the full fee amount, making sure to meet the extraordinary circumstance requirements and procedural requirements to comply with the Florida statutes. Again, I would want to notate here by updating these fees to the appropriate level, you are minimizing the cost burden on your existing residents by trying to make sure that growth is paying for its fair share, as appropriately as possible. The other thing is, again, the statute does say you can only update these fees once every 4 years. So we would recommend that in a 4-year window of time, you would reassess, as part of that true up process we mentioned a little while ago about, what is the, how's the land looking in terms of acreage per thousand? What are the revised capital needs, if any? How has growth panned out? Maybe some of those numbers have changed, and that'll allow you to make sure that the fees are, again, in line with the most recent localized data for the community. And then with respect to the fee adoption, if the fees are adopted, we do want to make sure to mention again that from the point of adoption, you still have a 90-day grace period from where if they're effective this day, you have 90 days to wait before you can actually charge the new fee level. Again, just to give the building community a chance to cycle through and update its pricing structure as needed. So I think with that, if there was any questions or comments on any of the details or anything else, I'd be glad to handle any.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I'm going to turn now to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for the consultant. I do want to remind my colleagues that this is only a presentation. We're not making any votes today. This is not a final decision. It's just the initial presentation. And let me ask briefly to staff, did you need any specific direction today? I want to make sure that we're very clear on that so we can give you specific direction.
Yes, thank you for that, Mayor. There are a couple of pieces of information we would like the board to discuss. One of which, well, the most important of which is now that the study is complete, the staff will be in the process of designing the ordinance. In order to do that, we will need an implementation method from the commission. So the types of things that we would need direction on is first, is the commission comfortable implementing the full amount? And in what respect? It could be a phased approach, meaning over time. It could be a discounted approach, meaning we don't necessarily need to implement the entire impact fee. I will say that this city historically has had a very drastically discounted impact fee. It's been discounted to the tune of 64% for at least the last 10 years. So we would just want a conscious policy shift that that will no longer be the case, and we will be charging the full impact fee, I think is the biggest decision. And then of course, timing, how we'd like to implement it. We would need at least those pieces of information to move forward in designing the ordinance accordingly.
Can I add something for the? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, Council, go ahead.
Just for the procedural steps that have been mentioned from the statute. The first is that you have this study. It's done within the 12 months that you're going to consider extraordinary circumstances. You have 2 publicly noticed workshops. This is one of those 2. The second one, I believe, is set for before the next meeting Tuesday night, right, on the 6th. And the third thing is there needs to be a 2/3 vote of the governing body in order to approve an increase under extraordinary circumstances. So it would have to be at least a 4/5 vote of the city commission to go that route. So I just want to put that on the table. So when you give, well, it has to be 2/3, but 3/5 only 60%. So you kind of stuck there with that. So I just wanted to clarify those things if it's important in your questions today and in the next workshop to get an understanding, but that's the process that keeps being referred to as extraordinary circumstances.
Thank you, Council. And if I may try to summarize, and please correct me if I have it wrong. So this impact fee is for growth-related capital expenses to be shouldered by future residents, but current residents will benefit from it. And in no way does it pay for all expenses, but only a fraction of it. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would just say that it would be, the fee is imposed at the time of permitting. So future residents, it's more like future developers. That's when these fees are paid. They are not paid by the residents. They're paid.
Thank you for the clarification.
I think that's an important distinction.
This is a fee on developers,
On developers,
not on the
exactly.
actual citizens.
Yes, yes, this is not a resident fee. This is on the development community, and it's paid at time of permitting. So the only time you will ever have a resident pay is if they are the ones building their house, which seldomly happens.
Thank you.
All right, so let's turn to my colleagues. If there's nothing else from staff, let's begin with Commissioner Kelly this time. If you have any questions for the consultant or staff.
Thank you. Yeah, Amanda, you briefly talked about what are the options for a gradual, implementation, and how would that work with developers? If you can explain that and what the options are.
So the options are endless. I would say that the two factors would be if we are going to do the full implementation of the fee, so just the amount, are we doing 100% of the proposed fee? Or are we going to continue to discount that fee at whatever amount? It does not have to be a 64% discount. It could be a 5%, it could be a 15% discount. I will say, over the course of the last 10 years, and I'll have Sean weigh in this if he'd like to, discounts have been phasing out of impact fees, largely due to the scarcity of land and development costs. So they are more and more seldomly discounted. However, it is a policy decision and they may be discounted if the commission chooses to. That's the first question we'd need is, are we going to continue with a discount and how much? The second would be timing. I would suggest that since these fees are to be reviewed every 4 years, the maximum phasing that I would recommend would be a 4-year phase if we choose to phase it in. With the only statutory requirement would be a 30-day notice. The commission can choose to do, let's say, a 2-year phase in, 50% increase this year, 50% increase next year. They could choose to do an 85% increase now, 15% second year, and that's it. You could choose to discount it to 15% and only adopt 85% of the proposed fees. So that's the flexibility requirements or the parameters I would set. Up to 4-year phasing can be less, and we can discount it. However, it is purely a policy decision at this point.
Thank you.
If I could, I'm sorry, just add in on the tail of that. Amanda's absolutely right. You can do a phasing of up to 4 years and at whatever discounting threshold the commission deems is appropriate. What I might caution though is to the extent you go maybe past 2 years of phasing and still go the extraordinary circumstance route, you may run the potential risk of undermining your conclusion just a little. The idea being, if it's extraordinary, then why did you phase it over 4? So I might say you can totally do 4 and that's totally within your prerogative, but you may want to aim for a 2-year phasing if that's the direction you'd like to go. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner, any other questions?
Not at this time.
Oh, let's go to Commissioner Hay.
Well, I don't have a lot of questions at this point, but I will, just a couple. You were saying in 27 years, we'll be up to 105,450 people. I just wondered how you calculated that. How did you come up with that figure?
Sure. So the population and unit forecast, we started with the existing population that was provided by the city, and we also confirmed through those third-party sources I had mentioned earlier on. From there, we looked at the growth rate built into the master plan. That went through, I believe, 2032, and we made sure our assumptions were in alignment there. So they did their own method for forecasting as a part of the master plan. And we wanted to make sure we were consistent with that. And then for 2032 and beyond, that's where we looked to some of those other sources, I believe the Housing Data Clearinghouse. I think there was also a county projection that was specifically provided for the city that we used as the basis of population going forward. And then the seasonal was, we were told that I believe just under 10%, there's about a 9-point-something% seasonal population as well that's included.
Okay. I know that 27 years, we have at least 2 more census taken. The figures that I'm looking at now, I'll get into it a little bit more later on down the road. They are very high in my mind, and there are cases where it's almost triple and sometimes quadruple. I just wondered, how do we stack up, or have you had an opportunity, how do we stack up with other cities that will be around 105,000 people in the year 2050?
So when you ask how do we stack up, do you mean in terms of growth as it compares to other municipalities, or do you mean the plan that you all have going forward to get to that point in time? I just want to make sure I hear you correctly.
Yeah. Right now, I don't know what page it was on, but I was just looking at the numbers.
Yes, sir.
And they're just about triple, okay? And I'm I don't know, I just have a feeling about the single families and people who are not able to afford those things, but maybe, in 27 years, they probably will be. But I just wondered, had you had an opportunity to look at where other cities are now in comparison to where we're going?
Commissioner Hay, if I could point out two things for your comment, and I'll hand it over back to Sean. So first, I want to point out that this isn't a fee for the residents. So this isn't a tax or something that the residents would be paying. This is purely an impact to the development community.
Okay,
It's paid at permitting. The projects that come in will be responsible for paying this fee in order to construct units in the city. That's the first clarification. The second clarification, I do know that when you look at the existing fees to the proposed fees, you do see about a 300% increase, which seems extraordinary.
Yeah.
However, it's important to note that those fees 10 years ago, the whole fee was actually $2,460. However, a policy decision was made to discount that fee 64%, which is why the adopted fee is $875. So if you look at what the full fee was 10 years ago compared to what the proposal is now, it's only about $110 difference. It's just that there was a policy decision made, possibly to incentivize development. There could be lots of reasons why it was done, but there was a policy decision in order to discount those fees, which is why they are so low right now. It is not to say that the full fee is much more in line with what we're proposing today.
very good.
I hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor, we're going to turn to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So this, Amanda, can you give me a little bit of context on the previous fee prior to the discount? When was that changed? You said, did you say 2 or 10 years ago?
10.
10 years
So
ago.
it was 2012, the last full update that we saw. And that embedded the 64% discount. And actually, if you look at the code, I meant to bring it to read it for you verbatim, but actually in code, it says that the fee is only meant to recover 36% of the total fee, and the rest will be encumbered by the city. So through other sources or through general fund, the city is taking that responsibility.
So this impact fee comparison that I'm seeing on the presentation now, that right now it's $875, correct?
So there are two
And
things.
that data is pulled from single family.
The 875?
This
All the other
chart I'm looking
comparables?
at right now, that's pulled from single family homes.
Yes, sir.
But we're only pressing this fee on new development.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. That's exactly right. So if there was a new PUD to come in that had 24 single family homes, the developer would pay for the 24 single family homes, and then they would sell off the units to the residents and future homeowners.
Which I wouldn't really see that happening because all the development recently is multifamily. You know,
We do
so
have townhomes, yes, and attached single family.
Sure.
But yes, there are just a few parcels I could think of that are still doing single family.
can we get some data to to Commissioner Cruz's point on some multifamily fees? Just because we're comparing two different things here. And from what I've seen, especially in this downtown district, we're not seeing a lot of single family development. And so I think if we're going to make a decision, we need to dissect a little bit more data. But I'm happy to hear that we're not going to burden the current residents. That was my main concern. I don't have any other comments or questions. Thank you for bringing this together. Thank you, Amanda and team.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Cruz.
Just to confirm if I'm understanding correctly, this fees would be utilized to purchase new parks or to purchase land to build new parks.
It would be for new parks, new land, as well as expansions to existing parks.
Okay, and that would include land purchases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it would also include any items necessary, like to increase the size of the park, like swings or, anything, any capital improvements that needed to be made.
Any capital facilities, but not like small equipment. So if there's a pickup truck that needs to be purchased to support one of the parks, that couldn't be in there. But any facilities, ball fields, something like that, yes.
I do remember having this conversation with the board last year during budget because, we're running out of land. We're running out of green space and it's not, as we grow, it seems like we're growing upwards, not sideways. And, I think it's important to keep in mind. And when we talked about it last year, I asked the question of when was the last time that we updated these fees, and it appeared that it was over 10 years ago in 2012 or so. So I definitely do think it's time for us to start updating the fees because in reality, it is costing the city and the residents more money if we wanted to purchase more land for green space, for park and that sort of thing. Obviously, we don't want to make the burden unreasonable because in theory, it could extend the burden on the buyers of the property down the road. So maybe looking at a reasonable amount, which it's not a number, but that's kind of what I was thinking. But definitely understanding the fact that, we do need to have green space. We are a growing city. We're going to have growing population, and where are people going to go? If people want to hang out, take their kids somewhere to a park at some point, we need to continue to prioritize park space because we are running out of land. So that's one of the reasons why we had that discussion last year. And that's all I have for now.
Vice Mayor?
Would this cover increased labor costs?
This would not go towards any operating cost.
Okay, so no operating costs. Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anything else from my colleagues? So I need to speak with my colleagues because we do need to give direction to staff. The first question is, and please feel free to chime in, is do we want to go ahead and proceed with this park impact fee? Again, this is on developers, not on residents. And if yes, do we discount the amount or do we go ahead for the full amount? Now, the duality here is every time we discount, what that means is the city, AKA city residents, tax-paying residents, will be the ones footing the bill. So do we put the bill on residents for the growth-related capital expenditures, or do we put partially, because again, this doesn't cover everything, on the development community? So that is the question mark. I want to hear from my colleagues because let's give staff some direction so we can proceed forward. And afterwards, we'll do proceed public comment. But anything else from my colleagues? Or not that you have to give comment right now, but do you just want to proceed with public comment? Do you want to chime in now?
No, I mean, I'm okay to move forward. I mean, I think like if the intention of discount was to incentivize development, I don't think we need to do that anymore because there's not a lot of land left in Palm Beach County. And I've said this many times before, I think we're kind of the last frontier. So I think it's important that as development comes, that we do what we can to represent the taxpayers. And I think this is a great tool to do that. So I'm totally okay with that.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hay?
I too want to proceed with it, and I do not want to put the burden on the taxpayers. So I agree with what Vice Mayor is saying. That's my position right now.
All right, just for clarity's sake, to Vice Mayor and Commissioner, when you say that, what you've said, are we on the same page about going for the full amount with no discount?
Full amount, no discount.
Is that my
Yes.
understanding? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
All right, any other comments from my colleagues?
And Mayor, what staff can do also is create 3 options. I can create a recommendation for the full amount with no phasing as recommendation, and I can also lay out 2 alternatives for the commission to discuss. One could be phasing over 2 years for the full amount, and one could be a small discount for discussion at the next workshop. I think as long as the commission would like to see those options, I'd be happy to bring them forward.
Live with that.
Likewise. Any, yes, Commissioner Cruz.
Yep, and to your point, Amanda, if we were to potentially break it down into 2 years, having the fee increase by only 50% the first year would potentially incentivize developers who are trying to build sooner and rather than later and not wait for the fee to increase, which could help us develop faster.
Actually, and the first scheme that I laid out would show a 75% increase in year one, because I also don't want to leave money on the table. And then 25% in year two would be the first kind of schematic implementation plan.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a lot to chew on for the first workshop, so we wanted to give you guys a little bit. And if there's some options that you want us to bring back for our next workshop, we still have time because we're not anticipating a first reading until June 20th.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I brought up, Amanda, you and I have talked about the gradual impact. And I think that, it's important that we remember that there's, this will come as a sticker shock, I'm sure, to projects that are already somewhere in the mix. So although I want the developer to, carry this burden, I also, just am mindful of that. So I'd like to see options on, what staff recommends as being, sensible, but, and to Commissioner Cruz's point, this may also, get developers to build faster and get their projects going and, stay on top of their staff to push their project through. And so, those are kind of my thoughts, but I would like to see different options, Amanda, for that. But I don't like necessarily the discount approach. I think that we really sold ourselves short in 2012 by discounting that, because I don't feel like the development that happened between 2012 and now, I feel like we didn't reap the benefit of those huge discounts. So
Couldn't agree more.
We need to get back to where we were, a little bit higher. So those are my thoughts.
So from what I heard from the commission is that we have consensus on going to the full amount. The question is, how do we get to the full amount? So, and you'll bring options.
Yes, I'll be happy to do that.
All right, thank you. Anything else from my colleagues? Otherwise, we'll go to public comment. All right, nothing else. So let's go to public comment. As always, 3 minutes per person. This is not Q&A. This is a time to be heard. If you'd like to speak, let's begin with those in the room. Please approach the podium now. Please state your name for the record, and I'll begin the timer. For those of you online, we will take digital hands raised up until the very last person in the room has spoken. All right, please begin. Oh. 1 second. We can hear you, but we want it for the broadcast.
Is that working? Doesn't sound like it.
No.
I'll just talk loud. You can hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, but is it good for the, Amanda, yeah, it needs to be for the record, that's why.
Yeah, it's not like I'm saying anything profound here. Harry Woodworth, I live in Boynton. First off, I'd like to congratulate you guys for doing something that's been ignored for 10 years. That's very refreshing. We're pretty good at the day-to-day stuff. Some of this stuff should have been addressed 10 years ago, maybe. We've watched the quality of life decline as development has increased around here. We've been paying bills to pay for all the stuff that's gone up as a result of increased development. I don't know why in the world you'd be talking about delaying this. I think your consultants are just shooting yourself in the foot to have 2 meetings a week apart and then spread it out over 4 years. That don't make any sense at all. Do it. Just do it. I mean, what's the problem? They've been getting a discount. Why? We don't need it. We're down to the last few acres, for God's sakes. Someone's going to buy it at full price. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next person would like to speak on this item.
Cindy Malco di Corrado, Boynton Beach. I just wanted to get clarity. Okay, so we have an impact fee that's going to the developers, not to the residents. I also was a businesswoman, so I'm trying to comprehend and I'm listening. And as a businesswoman, I have to recoup my money from somewhere, correct or incorrect? So what's going to happen? I'm going to raise my rent. I'm going to raise the cost of living. I still think parks should be done, but I think there should be grants and other ways to do this without, again, under the guise thereof, because I think it ultimately goes back to taking away from the people and we end up paying for it somehow, some way in hidden costs such as rent, or if you're purchasing something and it's a new developer, it's always going to end up we the people paying more. So there's got to be a better way. As I believe that if we did grants and there's other things that can be done governmentally, I'm sure there's federal funding, there's all kinds of other things that the people really will not be bit upon eventually. When you have a 2050 to 2050, the year that's on here, a projection I think I saw. How do you project that? As we're stating, there is probably hardly any land left here in Boynton Beach to do this. And I understand you want to give perks and everything to developers. And I do believe that as there's building stuff, because we don't even have a park still here in Boynton Beach pretty much. And I believe in parks and I believe in green space for people to live and enjoy life and see the elderly come out and people to be able to exercise and have exercise parks and things. I'm all for that. But what I hear and what I've seen through life, it eventually always comes out of we the people's pockets. They say we're not going to be taxed, but the prices of everything goes up. And ultimately, we are still paying for things. If anybody can enlighten me on that, or, because I'm a businesswoman and that makes perfect sense. Someone's going to have to pay somewhere and it's usually the people. Does anybody have anything to share? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the chambers? All right, seeing none, we're going to go to those online. IT, whoever's there, how many people have their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, being that the case, public comments are now closed. Any final closing comments from my colleagues? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So move. A motion to adjourn has been made and a second. All those in favor to adjourn say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. We will, what time is it? 6:33. All right. Let's say 7 o'clock. Is that all right, council?
As long as you announce it, that's fine.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to, of course, you went late.
Absolutely. Let's plan for 7 o'clock. We'll resume, we'll return for the workshop. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the broadcast is restarted and we are now recording.
All right. Good evening, everybody. If you are joining us for the first time this evening, we are about to begin the City Commission workshop. If you've never joined us for a workshop before, a workshop is a time for us to have a collective discussion on a variety of issues. However, we will not be making any final decisions or any voting. None of that will occur during this meeting. Today is May 30th, 2023, and the time is now 7:08 p.m. for the record. And I'm going to ask for the roll call again, if the city clerk could begin.
Mayor Penserga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to our city manager, who will provide the opening overview of our finances.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. This is going to be in reference to the fiscal year 2023-24 budget outlook. We've had numerous meetings, probably in the realm of anywhere between 50 to 100 hours worth, going over budget, making cuts, trimming the fat, if you will. What we came up with, and this is from all the departments, that we came up with an $11 million shortfall. So essentially, when you're looking at the budget and we're looking at things from an operating expenditure, and obviously with Davenport, I'm going to reference them as well, and you'll hear from them later. They'll give you more granular technical details. What it boils down to is the city has an issue, and that issue is we're expending more than we're taking in. So our expenditures are outpacing our revenues. Now, we did have last year, there was a one-off where it was some of the ALS transport monies that brought in and was able to offset those some of those losses, and we were able to get a balanced budget back. This year, we were able to cut that 11 million down to a 2.2 deficit as of right now Now, there's still some different things that we can do in the budget, but I'm not a fan of kicking the can down the road. We need to address the issue in a direct manner. And we need to address the issue by providing you guys choices. I don't think it's a one size fits all. I think there's a bunch of different ways that we can kind of approach the deficit and kind of fix going forward. One particular thing that you're going to hear, and this is going to come from our utilities director, Dr. Calcott, we haven't addressed the fees. We did a study which essentially put us, I want to say 40% below the median. And I want to say 100% below the EPA median. So there's two different things that you'll actually get a chance to see. But going over it, we had some challenges, and we came up with a couple of different ways that we can address some of these revenues. So the first is going to be increasing the fire assessment by $30. So last year we added 21 additional firefighters to the fire department. That was to offset the cost of overtime, which it did. It was neutral balanced. As those firefighters progress in their careers, their salaries and benefits are going to grow. Therefore, it's going to increase the cost of the operating expenses for that particular department. We can offset the cost of that by increasing the fire assessment $30, which will bring in an additional $1.8 million per year. Another option is we can slightly reduce the CRA district. Those monies that are coming in equate between $13 to $15 million just this year. I think with cities like Delray, they rarely even give TIF funding anymore, especially with House Bill 102. It makes a lot of our blighted areas vastly more attractive to developers, being that they can have higher densities. So with both the CRA and House Bill 102, Boynton's already a prime market, a prime secondary market. You guys have all seen that with all the development that's came before you. I know, just to kind of highlight something that Assistant City Manager Adam Temple, we discussed last year alone, we approved $2 billion in permits. So this year and next year, I don't really see a change in that. I know there is some, definitely some different projects going on Boynton Beach Boulevard with some of the parcels that CRA recently purchased. And I know we have our entire federal highway corridor, specifically some of the more lucrative properties that are east of Federal Highway, could be looked at to bring in additional revenue. The other unorthodox manner of thinking that I discussed with staff is the possibility of annexation western parcels out west, which are not in the CRA district. I know that I've been in the city for almost 20 years. I've seen quite a few times that we have attempted different annexations. Some of those have been successful, some of those have not been successful. Either way, they bring in additional revenues. There was excuse me, Mark, what was the firm that Fabio was referencing that recommended going? GFO. Okay. So essentially moving from an ad valorem based revenue to a fee-based revenue system for cities. And I'll give you guys a perfect example. By nature, ad valorem taxes, depending on the real estate market, is volatile. It's essentially rolling the dice. I mean, they even have a Palm Beach County City Managers Association meeting where every single city manager goes and they just wait on their tax rolls to get released. We did ours from an assumption rate of 7.5% this year. We were fortunate that those tax rolls came in at 12.6%. Therefore, we avoided that. I want you guys to imagine if those tax rolls did not go up, what if they actually reduced? I was here in 2009 and 2010. I saw people crying in the parking lots when they got laid off. So to address the revenue issue of the city, we essentially provide services. I feel that the services are not only adequate, but they're superior. I've met with like all of my directors. You guys have met with them. You've seen them. They do excellent work. At the end of the day, there's a couple of different ways that we can move forward. Again, this year's budget, I do not want to have any, there's no panic at all. We can balance the budget this year fairly easily, I might add, even without the ARPA funds. However, with the ARPA funds, it's going to help us balance out the departments, especially with the CBAs that we signed this last year. And I know I want to say it was just the police department alone, somewhere between $700,000 to $900,000. So that's pretty much it. Again, You're going to hear the granular details from Davenport. They're actually going to go into a little bit more technical details of what I had just prefaced from a more of a, not the macro standpoint, but the micro. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to our finance director, Mara Fredrickson, unless you guys have any questions of me before we proceed.
All right, let's proceed.
No.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Mara Fredrickson, Finance Director. Thank you for being here this evening. As part of trying to increase transparency and involve the commission in the decision-making process of the budget, this is our first workshop this year for the budget prior to our July workshops. This should allow the commission to kind of see some of the avenues that we're seeking to balance the budget, allow the commission to have some discussion in that, give us some input so that when we come back in July, we can kind of incorporate some of that into the July workshop. Currently, our budget right now with the $2.2 million deficit that our city manager referenced does not incorporate the use of ARPA funds. It does not include any increase to the fire assessment at this moment. So I'll go through kind of the overview of the budget presentation, and then I will pass it over to Davenport afterwards. That's not the right report on the screen. Can you pull up the fiscal year 23 first public budget workshop report, please?
IT? Oh, all right, great.
There we
It's
go.
coming up.
All right. Next slide, please. So tonight, our workshop schedule is, this is our first public budget workshop and strategic planning session. So Tuesday, May 30th, Monday and Tuesday, July 10th and 11th, we will have our second and third workshop, which we'll discuss more in detail at the end of tonight's workshop. Our adoption schedule for our budget remains Tuesday, September 5th for the first public budget hearing, the canal and fire assessment approval, and then Tuesday, September 19th for the second public budget hearing and final adoption. Next slide, please. Tonight's workshop, we're going to give you an overview of the major funds, revenues and expenses for the general fund, utilities, sanitation, all of our capital improvement. We're going to give you an overview of the fund balance status, some personnel changes that are being proposed in the budget. We're going to talk through the millage rate, discuss some revenue opportunities, strategic plan initiatives, and then we'll give an opportunity for public comment at the end of it as well.
Real quick, Mayor, we would like some consensus from the commission on the exact dates and the times you guys want to see for the budget workshop specifically. So we could address that at the end. I know we put these dates in and the times in, but we would love your guys' input as well.
Thank you. We'll make sure to discuss that.
All right, so some of the revenue highlights proposed for the 23-24 budget. Currently, this year's fiscal year 22-23 stands at about 110 million. Proposed is about $115 million with an increase of about 5.2 million or 11%. Our ad valorem taxes, we got those numbers on Friday. So we saw a 12.61% increase, which saw a revenue increase of about $5.8 million. We have an increase in state shared revenue of about 506,000. And mind you, some of these state shared revenues are subject to change. We will get those from the state sometime end of June, beginning of July. So this sales tax is an increase of about 771,000 and an increase in the ALS transport due to some of our additional improved collections. We sent that to an outside party last year, Digitech, so we've seen some additional revenues there. Based on that, we still have a need of about $2.2 million currently. Next slide, please. Some of the major expenditures for this year. So currently our 22-23 budget is about 107 million. Right now, we have about $119 million in expenditures. We are seeing a change in full-time equivalent employees from 894 currently to about 915 proposed for FY24. There is an increase in the public safety budget from about 69.3 million to 76, and that does include both police and fire. Majority of that is new personnel, pension, some of the fleet purchases that go with the new personnel, and overtime costs. We have $703,000 proposed in personnel adjustments. Those are new employees coming on that makes up the difference of the 894 to the 915 employees that we're proposing there. Health insurance currently we have projected at a 10% increase over FY23. That is subject to change based on the self-insured option that Mr. Cost has been speaking to the commission about. And so there might be some saving opportunities there, but we don't have those numbers as of yet. Vehicle maintenance, we are seeing an increase there. So about $900,000, and that's split across all of the funds to fund the fleet fund itself. The overtime budget for the entire general fund is about $915,000, and then the events budget saw an increase for Pirate Fest of about $380,000, and 4th of July had an increase as well. Next slide, please. So this is our general fund balance status. Currently, FY21, we had about $15.8 million in fund balance. 21-22, we did actually put back about $4 million into fund balance, which was attributable to, as our city manager stated, one-time ALS revenues and also the ARPA revenues that we saw, or some one-time contributions last year as well. And then we're looking to have a fund balance of about 23 million. The red line that you see there is the requirement by our policy of 10% of the general fund budget. So if our general fund budget is 117 million, 10% of that basically. Next slide, please. This is an overview by fund of the employees proposed for currently the 893 employees for the adopted 22-23, and then 913 employees for 23-24. General fund is seeing about 7.5 additional employees. Utilities is 3. Solid waste has 7. Fleet has 1, and then the building fund has 1. And this is kind of just a graph of all of the last several years and the change in full-time and part-time employees as well. Next slide, please. So general fund, this gives you kind of a overview of all of the funds and what they current amended budget for 22-23 and the 23-24 and the difference. If you notice, general fund is seeing an increase of about 12 million or 11.5%. Water and sewer has a 20% increase, most of that attributable to capital projects and things like that. Solid waste, about 2.3 million. The golf course actually had a decrease of about 65,000. Your internal service funds, fleet maintenance had a decrease of 4.7. Much of that is attributed to one-time purchases this year that were part of that 16 million that we don't have in the coming year, basically. And then some of your smaller funds, your special revenue funds, our total capital improvement funds went from about 74 million to 55 million. So as a whole, our overall budget decreased about 1.5%, but it's split between all of the different funds. Next slide, please. Currently, our millage rate stands at 7.85 mils. We do have a discussion on that later, so we can talk through some of that and what the change in millage rate would look like. And we did see an increase of 12.61% this year. So that's all I have for the budget part of it.
All right, thank you, Mara. Let me start off with just a few questions, and I'll turn to my colleagues, and we'll move on to the next presentation.
Yep.
It says here that the projected, that's the key word, projected net ad valorem taxes equates to about a 12.61% increase,
Correct.
$5.8 million. But this is simply projected. And in my experience, there is always the projected and the actual tends to be higher than projected. Do we have a sense of what, historical trends? Would it be always 2% more or something in that ballpark? I'm just trying to gauge, and the reason why I'm asking is because on that same slide, you say that based on this first draft, there is a deficit of $2.2 million. But that is based on projected ad valorem revenues. Are we expecting a little bit higher than 12? What's your sense?
So the 12.6 is actually given to us by the county property appraiser's office as of Friday. Typically, you may see a difference of maybe 0.5%, here or there, but not a significant difference from what they provide.
So you said 0.5% to
To a
maybe at
percent,
most 1%.
potentially, yeah.
Okay, and what would that equate to in dollars? I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot. I'm not going to say it's not, it's
Yeah.
not going to be, $5 million worth.
Yeah, essentially maybe 400,000 to 500,000.
400,000 to 500,000. Okay. The other question I have is, I think the city manager touched on it, if I heard you correctly, but did we factor in any of the insurance adjustments, any potential savings in that calculation?
We did
No.
not. Right now, we just have a proposed increase to insurance of about 10%.
All right.
Yeah, I wanted to briefly touch on that. Everything you're seeing here, we're going from a complete bare bones status where there are no mid-year budget adjustment calculations, which is going to be the healthcare savings, which could be between $1 and $2 million. There's also not going to be anything mentioned in there about the sale of the property from the FDOT project over on Gateway, which is going to be another $625,000 approved by the commission. So there's still some things in there that haven't been calculated to where that's part of the reason why I was telling you guys that this year, yes, we're looking like we're in fairly decent shape. It's the following years. And a lot of these are one-offs. You're not going to see that same savings every single year. And that's why I said, when we get over to the Davenport study and they actually go into the details about trying to bring our revenues up to meet our expenditures, because at the end of the day, obviously you don't want to take too much in fees and taxes because you don't want to have too much of a surplus. You want to try to essentially balance everything.
Thank you, both of you, for that. That's essentially the point that I want to drive home to my colleagues, but also to anybody listening, because I don't want anyone to walk away from this thinking, okay, there is a major deficit. That is not the case. There is still a lot of adjustments to be made and updates to be made. This is only the first draft. But the other take home from just that presentation alone is that if we project a not 5%, but 0.5% difference in the actual increase in net ad valorem taxes, we're barely skating by, right? We want to make sure that we are not beholden to the fluctuations of property tax revenue. And right now, again, we're barely skating by. By that, I mean not having to touch our reserves to fill any differences. So I just want to make sure I drove that point home. We've heard the presentation. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues for Mara at this point? All right, seeing none, let's proceed to the Davenport report. Mara, if you could introduce them.
One of the things I wanted to comment on, right now we are seeing, in the last year, we saw about a 16% increase in the ad valorem taxes. This year, about 12.5%. And one of the things, and you'll see that with the Davenport presentation, is that in a better economic time is when we really should be seeking as a city to put money into the reserve so that we are sustaining for the future for the times when we are.
Absolutely, because if we can't do it now,
Right.
it's only going to get harder.
Right.
Absolutely.
So tonight we have Kevin Lux and Joe Mason here from Davenport. This is the second year that we have utilized them. They kind of come in and do a financial health of the city, talk through the planning phases of some of the opportunities that we have with the budget as far as stabilizing the budget, some of the long-term sustainability, and just building a strong financial model. So we've brought them in. The finance team has requested that they come in and review the city's revenues and expenditures from an outside perspective and give us some of their insight. So this is the first year they're bringing that to the commission, and we're excited to have them. So I'll give it to them. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you, Mara, and Mayor and members of the commission. Nice to meet you. Just make sure everybody can hear me here with the mic. And again, Kyle Laux with Davenport, and my colleague Joe Mason. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you and with you in person. We have a presentation, as I think it's been referenced, looks like it's up on the screen. We'll walk through that. Certainly happy to answer any questions, Mayor and Commissioners, as you have them as we walk through this. But I think what you see before you is something we like to do a lot, especially at this time of year, before you get kind of too deep into the nitty-gritty of the budget. Give a little bit outside perspective with some trends we see, maybe some comparisons, et cetera, to kind of help set the stage before you really dive into, call it the meat and potatoes of the budget. So that's what you have before you this evening, and try and provide some of that perspective. And I think we say that here on page 1 in terms of the goals and objectives. I think going forward, certainly there'll be some more planning discussions, maybe some policy updates, but wanted to give you maybe an initial overview as you get into the budget cycle. So if we go to the second page, just in terms of the city's current financial situation, and this has been alluded to by the mayor, by the manager, and Mara as well here, but you had a very strong fiscal year 2022. So we say that purposely on the front end, but I think to echo some earlier comments, we don't see a situation where there's a crisis or anything of that variety. I think what we're trying to be here is cautionary and proactive in terms of thinking about the future. And so we start by saying you had a good fiscal year 2022, right there at the top of the page. But again, to echo comments from earlier, a lot of those positive results on the revenue side were because of things that are one-time in nature. So whether it's the ARPA funding that's coming in, that's going to go away in 2024, some of the ambulance, the ALS revenues that have been cited, that's kind of a one-time catch-up. Certainly the real estate we'll talk about on the ad valorem side and the trends there. So it's a variety of things that created a very strong revenue picture in 2022 that you can really argue are not sustainable, not likely going to be recurring. And so we just want to make sure we're aware of that and are thinking about that as you think about your 24 budget and into the future. And so we kind of give some of that on page 2. The flip side on page number 3 in terms of your expenditures, those increased about 6% in 2022 relative to 2021. So you've been seeing those expenditures. And I think as Joe and I and our colleagues work really across the country, the expenditure side of the equation is really going to be a challenge in our opinion, at least going forward. We've talked about inflation. We know you've seen it in terms of operating costs, in terms of capital costs. It's all over the headlines. And I think the challenge going forward is going to be making sure that you can balance that revenue side and expenditure side as the inflationary pressures are taking hold and continue to take hold. Local governments' budgets by their nature tend to have a lag to them. So you set your budget once a year, maybe you make some mid-year adjustments, but they tend to have a little bit of a lagging effect. As we'll show on the next couple of pages, we've been through a very strong economic cycle. You've seen that in your revenues. And we'll talk about in the next couple of pages, despite the fact we've had that strong growth, we've not really seen any substantial surpluses in the general fund. So again, we just want to give some of that commentary, give some of that perspective as you're thinking about how you set things into 24 and into the future.
Yeah, I would just add that that you are not alone in the series of challenges that you're facing. Local governments around the country are facing many similar challenges in terms of dealing with personnel costs. For most local governments, 2/3 to 3/4 of your recurring cost structure is made of personnel and benefits. It's challenging to retain and hire personnel, particularly in the public safety space, for a variety of reasons that I won't go into, but I'm sure you're aware of most of them. But it's really across the board, the entire gamut of public service personnel. We're going through a demographic change where folks are aging out, they're nearing retirement, and you've got to recruit and train a younger generation. And to do that requires paying your senior people to stick around and train the younger folks. And so the cost pressures are pretty constant. The variable piece is the revenue piece. that's where the volatility lies. The costs are pretty consistent. So we'll talk a little bit about structural balancing of budgets, but that's really the core of where that comes from.
So that then segues right into page 4, which is up on the screen, and just kind of putting some specific numbers to it. This is looking at the last 4 years of your general fund right out of your audit, and maybe putting a couple specific numbers to the topics we've talked about. You see there 2020 and 2021, 2 very strong economic years, and you see the revenue growth. You go from 77 million to 80 million between 19 and 20, in and around 80 million again in 21, and then you pop all the way to 89 million in 2022. So we've seen in terms of revenue growth, $12 million just in the general fund over that time period, which has been solid. But as you look at the bottom line there, in terms of the net change in the fund balance, which is really kind of the bottom line for local government. This is the general fund. It's your primary operating fund. We really have had 2 years of maybe kind of squeaking by and even a deficit in 20 and 21. That then transitioned in 2022. We've mentioned you had a nice surplus, certainly. That's good. It's adding to the fund balance. But again, in terms of the context, a lot of that's been driven by some of those one-time factors. So again, just trying to paint a picture in terms of the trends here. As we move to page 5, we thought this was a very interesting graph. Hopefully you do, and Mayor and Commission, the public. But going back even further, your primary revenue stream, as you know, is your ad valorem revenues. You've probably all seen and felt how strong that revenue stream has been over the last several years. And so we want to go back a little bit further and just give a perspective. So going back to 2003, about 20 years in terms of your total tax base. And what you see there is that incredible growth, basically 20 years ago, from the 03 to 08 time period, whereby we had the housing crisis there in 08, 09, and you saw your assessed value go from about 6 billion back down to about 4 billion over several years. You, as well as the rest of the country, had to sort of work through that. And since that time period, really bottoming out in 2013, your tax base has really been almost straight up. It kind of looks like a ski slope there. That's a good situation. It's a positive. The cautionary side of this is that we think it's unrealistic to think that trend continues at that pace into the future. Regardless of what you think in terms of the economy, we're not professional economists. We're not here to forecast things like that. But I think you just kind of visually look at that page and say, okay, we've had literally a decade of almost straight up in terms of the growth in the tax base. And so as you think about how you plan for next year's budgets, and to Mara's earlier point, last year, revenues are up, or the tax base is up 12%. That's a very substantial number. And as the size of your tax base grows, to generate that 12% growth again takes an even larger amount of growth and development in terms of it. And so it's a trend that we see, and we want to be, again, cautious, yet optimistic about the future, but very cautious about the trends and making sure you're able to line up the growth in revenues with the growth in expenditures and kind of align those two.
And I'm not an expert in your local real estate market, don't pretend to be, but it was mentioned in the prior session, and it's a really impressive number that you did something like, was 2 billion, Mr. Vice Mayor, the amount of permitting that was done. You tell me if I'm wrong, but it's great to have permits, and hopefully that trend continues, but permits are not bricks and mortar coming out of the ground. You can't count them into your assessed value until you actually start to be able to phase in the value of that new construction. So while we've got a lot in the pipeline, if the economy turns on us, that's going to slow the growth and values down. So.
And so that transitions then to page number 6 here, thinking about the operating budget in the current fiscal year. So we're right now in fiscal year 2023. As we took a deep dive into that with your staff, which we appreciate all their time, what we noticed is something we call structural imbalance. And so what that really means is that our recurring revenues, the dollars we have from all kinds of different sources, but the ones that are coming in each and every year, are not meeting our recurring expenditures. We call that structural imbalance. Basically means we're kind of eating into our savings account a little bit just to balance the budget. And so again, we've kind of alluded to this a couple times. It's a problem because if that trend continues, no different than in your personal finances, if you're digging into the savings account to make sure you can pay, the electric bills and the mortgage payments, et cetera, over time, that savings account gets drained. And so it's that trend that, while not problematic per se in terms of the dollars in the short end, where it does become problematic is especially in an inflationary environment like that, when those gaps between recurring revenues and recurring expenditures can grow very, very quickly. And so that's where we want to be very much cautionary in the front end to understand how it is we can get from a point where we're kind of digging into our savings account in order to make the balance, the budget balance, and get to a point where we truly have recurring revenues that are covering fully our recurring expenditures. I think to manager and Mara's earlier comments, as they're kind of working through the initial stages of that budget, sounds like that's doable for this year's budget. We think we just want to stress how important that is. Joe mentioned earlier how much of your costs are personnel, how inflexible those can be, and the fact that as those grow, given labor contracts, et cetera, you need to make sure your revenues are keeping pace with that. So that then gets to page number 7, another very, very important financial topic as we do a lot of this and talk about it, and that's your fund balance. We say there in the second bullet point, fund balance, we call it arguably the single most important financial measurement for any local government. Rating agencies, it's the first thing they're going to go look at. And Joe in particular spent how many years as a senior rating analyst? 8 years as senior rating analyst. The first thing, and Joe can kick me if I'm wrong here, that any rating analyst or an outside bank, lender, et cetera, is going to go look at to go assess the financial strength, the resiliency of a local government is your fund balance. And so we're going to talk about the next couple of pages where that's been. It's in a strong position and make some recommendations to you on how you make sure you continue that strength in the fund balance going forward with some updated policies. Anything you want to add, Joe? That then gets to page number 8 in terms of where you've been in terms of the dollars. Mara mentioned this in her prior section, but the trend here, right out of your audit, your fund balance gets divided into a couple different pieces here. The two I'll highlight is that is committed for quote unquote emergency purposes. That's that policy, that 10% policy. And then you have a portion that is unassigned down at the bottom, kind of highlighted in green. Your policy has been in place, it's been adopted, it's been followed, that's good. We're going to strengthen that a little bit, and we'll show you what that looks like in the next couple pages. So page 9, a lot of words here, so we'll try to kind of cut it straight to the chase. You have an existing policy that says you're going to keep an emergency reserve. That was that kind of line item, about $10 million in the prior page. That is 10% of the following year's budgeted expenditures. Same thing Mara was talking about in her prior presentation. Given the fact that you have inflation and the rest of the world is sort of working through that right now, a recommendation is to move that minimum level from 10% up to 12%. Give yourself a little bit higher threshold in terms of the minimum bar of that fund balance. It's going to do a couple different things. It's going to make you, from an outsider's perspective, look that much stronger. As the base of your expenditures continues to grow, you just need more dollars in order to safeguard against some of those emergency situations. Those emergencies cost a lot. As inflation grows, it impacts the cost of that potential emergency. And so I would recommend that we go from 10 to 12%, and we'll show you that on the next couple pages. The second recommendation is we put in place something called a budget stabilization reserve. So if the emergency reserve is designed to be kind of the base and the core of your reserves, and hopefully it's sacrosanct outside of a real true emergency, what the budget stabilization reserve does is gives you a layer over and above that emergency reserve to give a little more flexibility. So part of the concept is to kind of build from the bottom up with that emergency reserve to realistically almost never be touched, absent a true emergency. That budget stabilization gives you some more flexibility. So if you get into the middle of a budget cycle, in the middle of a fiscal year, and there's a surprise, revenues come in under, expenditures come in over, you have an ability to dip into that as opposed to touching that emergency reserve.
I would say, I mean, what we, as Kyle said, there's a lot of words on the page here, but while these are our formal recommendations, the way in which you implement it is just as important as the actual percentages. So if you sort of read the finer text for the sub bullets, either now or at your leisure, what we're suggesting to you is that the emergency reserve be more sacrosanct, and the way you execute that, the way you preserve that corpus, if you will, is by requiring a supermajority vote. So in this case, it would be 4 of the 5 of you would have to vote to dip into that emergency reserve. So that basically everybody's on the same page, that it's really raining and it's raining hard, or there's a storm coming, and or a storm has come, and we really need to tap into this emergency reserve. On the budget stabilization side, that is your first line of defense. That's your safety valve. That's meant to be tapped from time to time, okay, without going into the corpus of the emergency reserve. But the idea is that you set up the rules of the game ahead of time and say, okay, if we want to hit it this coming budget year because we just signed a new labor contract because we're having a difficulty hiring a certain category of employee and we need to up the pay scale, well, okay, that's fine. We'll tap that budget stabilization reserve for a year, maybe 2, but then there's a process in place to rebuild that over time with subsequent year surpluses. It's all about everybody agreeing on what the rules of the road are in advance, so you can all make decisions that aren't focused on one year's budget and the next year's budget and the next year's budget. It's thinking strategically about where do we want to be in 3 and 5 and 10 years. And so while you have a good base of policies in place, what we're suggesting is they could be enhanced in a couple of different ways that would further strengthen your long-term fiscal sustainability.
And I think if we flip the page, just to give a little sort of visual context and perspective, what we're suggesting you actually meet as a city right now. So we're not suggesting levels at the 12% in the budget stabilization that would require you go find any new dollars to put into those reserves. You're already at these levels. And so the recommendation is to just go ahead and memorialize through an updated policy, making sure you continue to be in good shape. And so the graph on the page, on page 10 here, shows, again, last 5 years, the idea is moving from the kind of solid red line is 10%, the dotted red line is 12%. And so you're very much within that level already. You don't need to add any new dollars to it. The kind of shaded blue region there is the budget stabilization fund, all the way up to the 5%, sort of the top of the recommendation in terms of filling that bucket. And you're also at that level. And so the recommendation here is not to have to go find any new dollars in the budget to achieve this, but simply take the dollars you currently have in your reserves and just memorialize those strengthened policies. Again, as Joe mentioned, as you look and think about it during the budget process and deliberations.
In 4 out of the past 5 years, the top of the dark green column exceeds that dotted blue line. So for the last 5 years, you would have met this revised set of fiscal policies without having to raise any additional dollars. the good news is that while you dipped below it in 2021, you had such a good year in 2022, you sort of bailed yourselves out. So this requires no further action other than to adopt the policies. Doesn't have to be verbatim what we've suggested, but we can help you craft something that you can all be very comfortable with. This is just a starting point of the conversation.
So as we move on, I think that maybe one of the next logical questions is if we were to do this as a city, how do we stack up relative to other peer cities across the region and even across the nation? And so what we like to do, we put on page 11, we call it a peer comparative, looking at your available fund balance. And so there's a lot of different ways to kind of slice and dice your fund balance and compare it. This is pulled right out of Moody's, who's one of the national rating agencies. So I say all that the percentages aren't directly comparable to the prior page, but just to give you a visual sense of what other cities are doing in Southeast Florida relative to Boynton Beach. So by virtue of this particular ratio, you're at about 42%. Again, that's not necessarily directly comparable to prior pages, but you can see where the other highly rated, similarly sized cities across your sort of general region, Southeast Florida are. That median is actually about 57%. So there's a fair amount of gap, meaning we're lower as a city than even other peers across the region. It's also compared to a AA median nationally. And so you as a city have strong AA credit ratings. For sake of time, we didn't go into a lot of that here, but it kind of informs how we think about your policies. And as you compare your fund balance ratio to those AA medians, we're actually a little bit below those. And so while on one side, we want to make sure we sort of solidify the fund balance we have, we also want to give you some perspective as a mayor of the commission that by virtue of doing that, you're by no means out of line with what other peer local governments, and in fairness, you're a little bit below what some of your peers have in terms of the fund balance. So moving on page 12, we'll shift gears, a little bit different topic here. We'll talk about debt and capital funding, always an important topic area during a budget deliberation. We start with the city's tax supported debt profile. So what we mean by that is debt that the city has outstanding that is in some way supported by tax revenues, a general fund, TIF revenues, et cetera, separate from self-supporting water and sewer utilities. There's about $95 million in total outstanding. We're going to give you some perspective on what that means relative to the size of the city. And clearly a lot of that is coming from CRA types of revenue. I will point out one thing before we flip the page. Just visually, if you look at that graph on the left-hand side, the city's debt is paid off in a responsible manner. You really have about 3 fiscal years before there's any meaningful decline in the payments. And so as we think about the capital funding side of things, that's an important sort of timing aspect to it as we think about having some decline in the debt service, not for 24 or 25, maybe a little bit in 26, not really till 27 do you have any meaningful decline in your existing debt service. Just want to give you that perspective. So, yeah, page 13 is just another way of looking at it. As Joe said, equating that to some dollars in terms of what could be afforded with that decline. But again, it's a fair ways out in the future in terms of 27, 28. Importantly, what's shown here is not necessarily impacted by GO bonds that goes into referendum. Those are separate. That would be a special situation that is not impacted by the existing debt outstanding. So again, a little bit more in terms of the capital side of things on page 14. As you know, you've got your 2 capital funding funds, really Fund 302, 303. I think importantly, what we see here is that with the sales surtax coming to an end in the near future, with a lot of the ARPA dollars and special one-time monies really kind of working their way through the system already, needing to think hard about making sure we've got a sustainable revenue source for that capital funding in the future. I think it's probably a topic for another discussion in terms of diving into that some more. But we did just want to make sure on the front end of things, talk about that because it all ties back to that general fund budget. And to the extent that the sales surtax does indeed go away entirely, to the extent that we're going to work our way through ARPA dollars, your funding source of last resort is the general fund. And so again, thinking about making sure that we can get to as a city, a place where the general fund revenues are meeting expenditures, it also is an important nexus to how your capital is funded on a year-end basis. On page 15, we show that in a little bit more detail. This is the proposed budget, at least as it was given to us for the moment. And just kind of underscoring that point of about $7.5 million in capital funding in the 2024 proposed budget. About 6.2 of that is really from one-time sources. So again, some recurring themes here, wanting to make sure we're identifying this on the front end to make sure we can get to fiscal sustainability. That goes to page 16 in terms of the main takeaways. Again, a structural imbalance, while relatively modest on the front end here. So we know, Mayor and Commissioners, you've got a lot of work to do with the manager, finance staff to kind of work your way through that. We want to be cautionary again on the front end of things. Second, in terms of the policies, again, would recommend that you think about that as you work your way through the budget. Certainly we're available to kind of bounce any ideas off that anyone may have. Getting yourself to structural balance and thinking about a plan of finance on the capital side, knowing the surtax is likely going to sunset here in the near future and finding a way to bridge that. Again, probably a discussion for another evening when there's not so much on the agenda per se, but something that we tend to do a lot of thinking with over the course of that time period. So I think I'll pause there. Mayor and Commissioners and Joe, anything you want to add there on the last page and open it for questions?
Thank you, Kyle. Before I begin, is there anything that staff would like to add, or is that essentially it? Well, just a few general comments first. I want to thank staff because to my experience, this is the first time where staff has really involved the commission from the very beginning. And historically, again, only speaking for myself now, historically, these things have essentially been packaged and provided to us, and here it is, go vote on it type of presentation. So it's so important that this is a collaborative process. We're in it in the very beginning as partners, and that we can shape things early on. The second comment I want to make is that I want to thank the people at Davenport, because as I read it, I mean, there's several things. I thought it was easy to read, it was well organized, very strong, sound, practical recommendations that I support. But more than that, I said to myself, I wish I had seen this sooner. I wish you guys were around and provided this information early on, because had I known early on, we could have addressed it much, much sooner. Regarding the recommendations that you've made, I fully support them. I think we can go above 12% as a matter of policy. And Kyle, one of the things you said was that slide 11, if I'm not mistaken, was not comparable to the previous slide. And because that, slide 11 was comparing the various cities, but that was the total of all their reserve funds, whether it was for emergencies or whatnot. And so one of the big questions I have, and I don't have an answer to it. I don't know if staff has an answer to it today, but what is the going percent for emergency reserves? Is there a county rule? Is there a trend within our neighboring cities of setting aside 20%, 15%? I don't know that number, because that's what I really want to compare. We've been setting it to 10%, and quite frankly, I'm not sure how that was decided. Maybe it was many moons ago, but I definitely agree about increasing it. I agree with having what did you call it? That additional buffer window for budget stabilization. But I do want to know, where are we in terms of percents? set aside for emergencies compared to our neighboring cities, for example? Mara, is that something you happen to have? If not, it's all right, but
So I did, and I provided this large spreadsheet to the commission, just kind of a comparison of our fund balance from some of the neighboring cities. GFOA, I will tell you, recommends about 60 days worth of your operating. So 60 days worth of what the 117, so roughly around 20
and for
million.
everyone in the audience, what is GFOA?
Government Finance Officers Association.
Okay, so they recommend a period of time that the government needs to be operating, at least for the general fund, 60 days.
Correct.
So that, if we don't have that as a percent, it's kind of,
right,
it's variable.
So the spreadsheet that I provided to each of the commission shows currently Boynton Beach sits at about 16% of our general fund as far as reserves go. And if you look at some of the neighboring cities, Delray has roughly about 37%. Wellington sits at about 105% of their general fund as far as reserves go. So some of these, and Boynton essentially has one of the lower fund balance reserves comparatively across the county as far as just these cities that we compared to at the moment. So
thank you for that, Mara. I'm not sure if I misunderstood you or there was a miscommunication. Our policy is to set 10% as the emergency percentage, right?
Correct.
This is not that. Is that right? Or is that different?
So
I'm asking, what is the other city's policy for emergency funds? Not their total reserves as a percent of their
I don't know
general
that I
fund.
have each of their individual policies. We just pulled the data on what their reserves sit at currently.
All right, great.
We can get that.
But
Yeah,
we
We
can.
can help you with that.
We could do that.
All right, so since you brought it up, Mara, and I might need you to chime in, there are cases that exceed 100%. There are cities that have reserves that are 100% or greater of the general fund. What would be the rationale to stockpiling so much money?
So some of those, the cities and would set aside reserves for emergency purposes. Self-insured cities tend to set aside additional funds because of claims or things like that. As we're going self-insured, some of that would be set aside for those types of, years that our claims are 2 million the other way versus 2 million increase and things like that. So some of them are hurricane related, some of them are pension related. Really, a lot of cities build reserves. And actually, there are different categories, if you look at the bottom of this spreadsheet, that show what they've set aside those different reserves for with the different cities.
Understood, wonderful. I'll say one more question for now, and I'll turn it to my colleagues. When it comes to our debt, obviously we set aside money, debt service, to make sure we make our payments. That's non-negotiable. What about setting aside money for savings into our reserve? Do we, by default, set aside money directly into savings?
We do not. That really essentially is the way you balance your budget. So last year, actually, we did balance the budget with putting money into reserves. We actually budgeted with putting 1.6 million back into reserves last year. So that is us putting into savings. When you build your budget, building your budget with putting money into reserves is essentially adding to your savings account.
Right, but it sounds like we basically only put money into our savings account if and only we have it and we do it last.
Correct.
So that's the kind of the point that I want to drive home to my colleagues. Not only do I support the recommendations that's been made by the Davenport folks here, but I think we need to make it as a matter of policy that we start having a plan. In fact, they actually alluded to having a plan, but I know it was in reference to the expenditure buffer, but having a plan to consistently put money aside into our reserves, whatever that percent may be. Putting money into our reserves, into our savings account, if you will, should not be an afterthought. As my mother, if I can quote her, as my mother tells me, you got to pay yourself first, right? Because if you pay everybody else, and yes, we got to pay the bills, but if we're the afterthought, then we come into the situation where sometimes we have savings, sometimes we don't, And then we keep eating up into it. So I just want to throw that out there to my colleagues to actually have a plan to set aside money. Now, understanding our realities, we get it. We're not flush with cash. So I'm not suggesting anything radical, but we start making those gradual steps.
Mr.
Go
Mayor, if
ahead,
I may,
Kyle.
just one comment there, because I think you're exactly on point in that as the size of your budget grows, so these policies, whether it's yours or everyone else's, is based on a percentage of the size of the budget. So as your budget grows, the amount of dollars that need to be in that reserve in order to meet the 12% or 15, whatever you determine is best, needs to grow as well. And so to your point, as your budget's going to naturally grow, it's going to naturally grow faster right now because of inflation. That is a good mindset to have, in that in order to meet that 12% policy, just go with that for a moment, it'll take more dollars in 3 years to meet that 12% policy than it does today. So to be proactively thinking, not just about next year's budget, but about year 2, 3, 4, and 5 is really the way that you keep yourself on the good sustainable footing.
Thank you. I mean, this idea is really not radical or surprising. In many ways, this is how we pay for our large vehicle expenses, right? Pre-funding. So that's all I'm suggesting, that we come up a plan to start setting aside money in advance. City manager, it looks like you're about to say something, so go ahead.
They already know what I'm about to say, don't you guys?
All right.
Pre-funding. Yeah, that was exhausted years ago. And now that's part of the reason why we're facing a budget deficit, is because we're trying to get the pre-funding back into the budget and do things right, and stop kicking the can down the road. Mario, you're welcome.
All right, let's hear it from my colleagues. I began with Commissioner Kelly last, and I'm going to begin with Commissioner Cruz this time.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mayor, when you're saying that we should definitely pay ourselves first, and we should definitely save money. I'm all about saving and being fiscally responsible. I think it's something that, I think everyone here can agree on. And I do agree with, I thank you for the presentation, by the way. Setting aside a certain percentage to make sure we have funding for a rainy day is something that we should definitely do right now. As we know, we're living in interesting times right now, and we don't really know what's going to happen next year. So yeah, definitely in favor of saving money for the future. I do have not a lot, but I do have a few questions in regard to the revenues, and a lot of it. It's probably going to be more of like a detailed back and forth, where we will do it at another time. So
We'll be back.
We can cover some of those in the one-on-ones when we go through the budget with you, and then, budget workshop.
Sounds good. But I do agree with you in regard to saving funds for a rainy day, and making sure that we prioritize that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I agree. What I would like to see is what some of these solutions look like coming back, with reference to consolidating that CRA district. I would like to see what that looks like, how that financially benefits the city from switching those tax rolls over, along with the different increase in fees, looking at that millage rate. I think, we need to be responsible with our budget. We need to be realistic. And again, I feel like we're cleaning up things of the past. And so, I don't want to rush through this, but I do want to be detail oriented prior to July, and not look at it in July, but have some options so that we can make an educated decision based on data. But thank you guys very much for your presentation. Very, very detail oriented. Mara, thank you. Thank you, team. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hay?
I too agree with you. Just a couple of questions I have. I guess, Carl, you mentioned about the budget stabilization reserve. I must have missed something here, but isn't that kind of like a wash because you can't pay your bills as it is because you got a budget deficit to some degree, and yet you're gonna peel off the top to save. And to me, it's, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, but I know that that's not true, and you're gonna explain it to me.
That's certainly going to be my intention, commissioners. We'll see how I do. But no, the idea and the thought there, and maybe the difference to think about is you're looking at the budget, you have recurring expenditures versus recurring revenue. So think about maybe like your salary, et cetera, versus your mortgage payment, your electric bills, whatever it is. What we're talking about is trying to get those to be equal to each other, at least equal to each other. And then put aside a little bit of a savings account that would, to the extent you get into the middle of a year and you have a surprise and maybe revenues don't come in like you hoped.
But where would those funds come from?
They would come from existing savings you have right now. So you have the dollars in the bank right now. That's right. Just recategorize.
Think about it. Sometimes we tend to use too much jargon, and I apologize for that. But I mean, think about it in terms of maybe your own financial situation. You may have some sort of automatic payment set up to go into your long-term retirement accounts, and then maybe you have another sort of set aside whenever you get like a tax refund or something. You put some in an emergency fund, like a 6-month emergency fund in case you lose your job or something along those lines. What we're trying to do with the budget stabilization fund is to set up that immediate, I've got an emergency and I don't want to tap into my long-term retirement savings. I want to just tap this emergency thing that I've got on hand. And if I tap into it, I know I've got to rebuild it because another emergency can come along. So it gets you into the habit of, you've got a safety valve that you can use without tapping into your long-term emergency savings. But there's a discipline by virtue of the policy and the practice that you put into place that if you draw on that, you're constantly in the process of, okay, I did what I needed to do, but now I'm going to go about the process of rebuilding as quickly as I can.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Carl. Maura, I think it was you that mentioned about the free base, of the fee base versus the ad valorem. Can you talk a little more about?
Sure. So one of the things that we are going to talk through some of that tonight, is the ad valorem revenue does have some volatility to it, as we've seen some increase, but there is a potential for decrease. So some of the presentations you're going to see tonight as far as revenue and budget stabilization are opportunities for more fee-based, more structured revenues, more stable revenues that we could seek to move towards that would not be as volatile as the ad valorem revenues.
So I hate to compare to other cities, but are other cities going that way?
I don't know that we've sought to explore that to that extent. I would tell you that, we've looked at other cities and their fees, and you'll see some of those presentations tonight and where our fees fall in line with some of our peers, and many of our fees, you'll see tonight, do fall well below many of the other surrounding cities. So they're seeing more in the fee-based avenue than we are.
So it sounds good, but I just wondered what gave you the idea that think it would be best for us to go that route?
Some of a recommendation from our consultants, and some of it is government finance officers are seeking revenue stabilization, and that's some of their recommendations as well. So
I think I just want to step, if you look at it from a very pragmatic standpoint, you have a revenue source, which by like nature, it's peaks and valleys. It always fluctuates, versus a fee-based system. And say our millage rate is set at 7.85, highest in the county, right? So if you move to a more fee-based system, you would be able to move that millage rate down to say a 4, where instead of taking in $60 million and let's just say property values drop by 10%, you lose $6 million in revenue that year. Where if you took it down to, say, a 3 and you cut that in half, then you would only be reliant on $30 million of ad valorem revenue, which would only be a $3 million hit, less than half of what you would normally experience, versus the fees would essentially stay the same. We almost want to get it to a neutral point, to where if we're going to increase the fees, we want to drop the millage rate, because I live in the city. I don't want to be paying additional fees and additional like taxes, and it doesn't make sense. But you still want to get that stable structure to where if you do have a market cycle that's down, the city doesn't cripple itself or has to dip into its emergency fund or have to dip into those long-term savings. So I just look at it from a very common sense, pragmatic standpoint, that it's a safer option for the city.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. We'll turn now to Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. And I'm not going to repeat everything my colleague said, because I feel like we're all on the same page. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's great for us to see it in print and to have this presentation. We went through the budget cycle last year, and I'm glad we're starting it sooner and we're talking about this, and we're looking at how the city budget looked 5 years ago, and how far we've come and how much further we still have to go. So and I agree with the funds. My question having to do with the funds, in particular the emergency reserve and the budget stabilization reserve, those are two reserves that would require commission votes. I know the emergency one is a little bit stronger than the budget stabilization, but can you just briefly explain? I saw it in your presentation, but it's a lot of words, so I know you skipped over a lot of the words. Talk about, if in the event of us having to use the emergency reserves and the budget stabilization in worst case scenario, and we're sitting where our funds are below policy, how does the city recover from that in a logical way? And is that, I just want to make sure that if we're setting aside these monies, particular for these reserves, if we get in a situation where we need them, how do we recover, and is it recoverable?
Yeah, I think the way we typically want to write that, and as many words are on the page, we'd like to put a couple extra on there to the actual policy, but, and Joe mentioned this specifically, you always like to have a mechanism written into the policy, A, how you could use it, so that's here with the supermajority, B, to give yourself a specific time period by which you would recover from it. And so say you dip below, if you put your emergency reserve at 12%, you dip below it by virtue of a supermajority vote, you'd want to put in place a specific time period. It doesn't necessarily have to have the exact mechanism to get back to it. It's going to depend upon facts and circumstances and what you're able to do within a budget cycle. But give yourself, meaning yourself as a city, a time period by which you'll get back there. It might be 2 years, might be 3 years, in order to have something in writing that's, again, adopted and memorialized by the council that says, all right, if we have to do this, the commission, excuse me, if we have to do this, we're going to get back to that level within 2 to 3 years.
And we've written into certain policies a mechanism, yes, a time frame like 3 years, but we've also said in some instances that it requires a supermajority vote of the commission to tap into the emergency reserve, but the vote must be accompanied by a plan from the city manager and the finance director as to, okay, if we take 3 million out, here's how we're going to build back that 3 million, or whatever the number it is, to get to the right percentage over the next 3 years, so that everybody knows going in, we're not just going to take this money and solve an immediate problem and not think in advance, how are we going to build back? We need a plan. Even if that plan has to change, at least you knew going in that we're voting for a one-time use of emergency reserves, and we're voting to put in place a plan, at least provisionally, that says tells the world this is how we're going to get back there.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from my colleagues? Anything else from staff? I do have a side but related question. This is on slide 12. This is pertaining to our debt. I see that the vast majority is the lease payments we make for Town Square. I was not here when those agreements were determined, but Mara, I wanted to ask, if we were to have extra funds, I have to preface it by saying if, is there a way where we could accelerate the payments and reduce interest payments over time by paying more into the principal? Because the way this graph lays it out, it looks like it's a fixed plan and it can't be changed. But I don't want to make that assumption.
So currently, right, this is the amortization schedule based on the payment plans in place we have for the debt that we have taken on.
Mhm.
There is an opportunity in, I believe it's 2027, to refinance the Town Square payment to offer some opportunity to potentially reduce that debt payment and rework that so we're not paying quite as much in interest or, reduce what we're paying in debt.
Why 2027?
That was part of the original agreement with our debt. When we took it on, there was a certain time frame put into place that they couldn't be refinanced within the first so many years.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah, and that action, I'll give it 10 seconds here. That's pretty commonplace. And there are some ways that if those dollars are sort of in hand earlier, you can escrow some of those payments. So to the extent you have the extra dollars, there may be some ways to even sort of accelerate some of those payments even before you get to 27, again, if you have them.
Pertaining to the surtax cap fund 303, have we heard anything from the county regarding potential renewal? What's the conversation like?
I went to a meeting with Commissioner Marcy Woodward, and she had said that as far as she's heard, the county commission seems to have the intention of narrowing the scope and use of those funds to where it's just revolving around transportation. And I want to say they're going to send that item back to referendum, but of course that's up to the voters. So I know it's not definitive that those funds are going to go away, but right now it's again something that we don't control. That's going to be left into up to the voters whenever they do decide to vote to send that item back to referendum.
Thank you. Pertaining to revenues, obviously one of our greatest revenue makers is our water. How much do we transfer into the general fund? And can we increase the amount that we could transfer into the general fund? Which is the real question.
Right. So we transfer probably roughly about $8 million from the utility fund to the general fund. That is limited to, they cover certain administrative costs because they are an enterprise fund. So it's a business. So they're covering their costs for, global services, whether it's costs for HR services, costs for IT services, things like that. So those are the administrative costs. And then they pay essentially a franchise fee, which is 8% of their revenues. It cannot exceed 8% because it does affect our bond rating. So it is limited to that extent.
Say that one more time. 8% of their revenue cannot.
We cannot transfer into the general fund at any more than 8% of the utility revenues.
Why?
Because it affects their bond rating. They're supposed to pay a franchise fee, or that's what that transfer is made up of, is essentially a franchise fee to cover the general fund. But exceeding that affects their bond rating, and it's not generally best practice to exceed that.
I understand that, but from a layman's perspective, I can't help but to be a little confused or skeptical why one of our greatest revenue sources is capped, right? I mean, this is about the balancing act between expenditures and revenues. we have one that's making a boatload of money, relatively speaking, and yet we can't actually take advantage of that. Is there anything that we could do? And I know that's a broad question.
Lobby the state.
What's
that?
Lobby the state.
Lobbies the state.
I'm sure, I would love to. I mean, I understand what you've said, but at the same time, I just
There are
can't help but
regulations.
to.
I mean, one of the things while we do budget, the utility fund, it is its own freestanding business
I understand.
enterprise. And so there are limitations, and I'm sure Ms. Alcott
You know,
can
we
give us-
also have the golf course and we transfer in money from the golf course, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is that right, or transfer out?
And we transfer out.
We transfer out.
Now we do.
Now we transfer in.
It's supporting
We're in the green.
Okay.
Golf course is generating money now,
Didn't we
not
transfer
costing.
last year? I remember.
Yes, we transferred,
But
I want to say we transferred into the general fund 125,000 last year.
Correct.
Transferred.
To the general fund.
To the
from
general
the-
fund.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, right?
Yes.
There's no
This
cap
year, I
there.
want to say it's around 65,000, so not as.
Precisely. But my point is, there's no cap there. Explain to the layperson, to the public, why we have a cap for utilities.
Poonam Kalkat, I'm the Utilities Director. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and esteemed audience. It's actually been brought up in legislation that they've been trying to look at whether they should go, utilities should go PSC, which is Public Safety Commission, which means municipalities won't be able to have utilities in there. We've been countering that and working with utility councils. And the reasons are because a lot of times, a lot of municipalities have used utility funds to build parks, build benches, build all kinds of different things. And the utility fund, being an enterprise fund, is supposed to utilize all the funds towards utility expenses only, which means water, sewer, and stormwater, if that's a fund. So as Mara was saying, we've got to pay for HR. So instead of having an HR department by ourselves, or a finance department by ourselves, or an IT department by ourselves, we pay the municipality some of those. And like the bond resolutions usually are around 8% or 9%. And we're actually paying that. And then we are paying some other, almost 8% more for other things. So and if you see our presentation, you'll see that we are not making a boatload of money.
Okay. Well, I would like to hope. Oh, it's a rowboat. Well, let's not call it that. Let's not call it. But thank you, Dr. Calcott, and I hope you understand the essence of my question, which is, it is a revenue source, but yet we are very much limited in taking advantage of that revenue source. Let's proceed. Is there anything else from my colleagues? Yes, no?
I think I might have asked this question before, but in regard to the fire assessment or fees per se, as we had the discussion earlier, potentially, or the opportunity of maybe or maybe not doing that. How are those fees charged by homeowners versus renters? Like the fire assessment fee.
The fire assessment is, it's on a tax bill. So
Right.
it's per residential household, and then it's got per square footage for commercial property.
Is that what?
Per square footage for commercial property.
Okay. What about places like, like mixed use developments per se? Like, that's the same as commercial?
It would be commercial, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess this is something that we might want to look into, because I probably will be asking that question later, but how does that translate per household? Because, are the homeowners of individual homes or condos, townhomes, single families, whatever, are they taking a bigger chunk of the weight on their backs versus non?
So one of the things about the fire assessment, and I actually kind of cover it in the presentation, but is that it has to be a fair and reasonable apportionment to both. So when this study was done years ago, it was based on a reasonable apportionment to the commercial properties and same to the residential. And so you couldn't choose to increase the commercial properties a percentage higher than what you're increasing your residential properties. So it has to be, and part of the study when it was done was to fairly and equitably charge that across the board.
Thank you. That was my question.
All right, thank you. We're going to proceed now. Mara, are you ready for the next presentation?
Sure.
Which is a segue. There we go.
Yes. So we're actually moving into the fire assessment.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Appreciate your time and attention and insightful questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
There is public input after all the presentations. We want the public to hear everything.
Right, so some of the next few presentations that you'll see, one of them is the fire assessment, which I'm going to cover in a minute. And then you'll see some of the other opportunities for revenue increases. So I'm going to go through the fire assessment. We can kind of talk through the commission's, discussion on what that looks like. Next slide, please. So case law requirement for a fire assessment is that it has to have a special benefit to the property, fair and reasonable apportionment. And basically, as I just stated, that this has to make sense in terms of what services are being provided. In this case, it's fire rescue services, so it can be used towards funding anything within the fire department, infrastructure, things like that, the needs of what our fire would desire for. Next slide, please. So currently our hardship exemptions are listed up on the screen. You guys also do have this presentation. Some of the hardship exemptions, they qualify for additional homestead exemption for persons over 65. They qualify for the Florida Homestead Property Tax Deferral Act. They qualify as a disabled veteran or surviving spouse of a totally disabled veteran. They're a surviving spouse of a first responder who died in the line of duty and exempt from ad valorem taxes. They're a disabled veteran confined to a wheelchair, permanently and totally disabled first responder and exempt from ad valorem taxes, and or they meet the U.S. Department of Poverty guidelines. And on the right here, the 2021 poverty guidelines show for a family size of 1, the poverty guidelines are 13,590, for 2, 18,310, and up to a family of 8, $46,630. Typically, the city receives about 30 to 35 applicants for the hardship exemption currently. Most of those provide the proper documentation. We do send out letters for anybody that has applied in previous years to seek to, if they would like to renew those hardship exemptions. And so we do our best to at least support anybody that would meet any of those guidelines. Next slide, please. The current exemptions written into the policy, governmental property are exempt, and institutional property wholly exempt from tax. These are automatic exemptions just as part of our current policy. Next slide, please. So the fire assessment fee is, this is just kind of a comparison across the board of other cities that do collect a fire assessment. If you'll notice, the city of Boynton is about 120, Boca 145, all the way up to Fort Lauderdale, which is for $311. One of the things that I mentioned also on this slide is that many of the fire rescue services pay into a millage rate, the MSTU, for unincorporated Palm Beach County. Some of the other cities have actually assessed a millage rate when they've contracted with Palm Beach County Fire as part of their way of paying for that contract. So the residential in unincorporated Palm Beach County pays about $1,124 annually. So that's something to note. Some of the other things that aren't listed here, West Palm Beach does have a fire assessment. They're $100, so they are a little less than ours. Lake Worth currently has 3.46 mills assessed as part of theirs. They are with Palm Beach County Fire, but that MSTU is just to support their fire service. And Had one more. I think Wellington and Jupiter also have part of their millage rate set up to support the fire rescue as well. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a quick question, Mayor?
Absolutely, go ahead.
But Mara, is that that's because they use Palm Beach County services? That's not.
Correct. The
They don't have their
MSTU is
own-
built into their millage rate because they're using Palm Beach County Fire Services, right? That's why they don't have their own fire assessment or offer their own fire services. Yeah.
Right, okay. And then on the fire assessment, this fee comparison page, are any of these other cities, do their fire assessments sunset? Are there any, did you find that out in any of
That's a
your
good
data?
question. I could look into that, but I
Yeah,
don't
I'd
have
be
that
curious because,
information.
Fort Lauderdale's assessment is $311, but does it sunset in 15 years? And so those are, because typically when you see them that high, it's for a purpose. Build fire station.
Can certainly
increase-
find that information out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mara, you said 3.46 mils for Lake Worth, Wellington, Jupiter. I don't know if you know the dollar value off the top of your head. It's okay if not.
Good question. No.
Is it safe to say it's more than $145?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I'm trying to make a point, city manager.
Yes.
well,
Because when you can't compare dollar to mills. So we
Well, but
need,
there's an example here in this paragraph.
that's the county itself.
Right, so it's probably, what's their millage rate that they're basing that on, Mara?
Palm Beach County. I'm not sure.
I mean, this scenario that you gave us where residential unit in unincorporated Palm Beach County with a taxable value of $325 pays a fire tax of $1,124. What's that percentage?
Good question.
Kind of would give us, kind of
Yeah,
work backwards.
yeah. We may have to get more data on that.
Yeah.
But, the bottom line here is if you live in the county, you are paying tenfold
Right,
almost,
they're paying, right, far more than what
Far
our
more.
residents are paying.
right? Now, that's living in unincorporated. If you live in a city that contracts with Palm Beach County Fire, certainly much more than whatever we have now, 120.
Right, well, and, some of the cities have added to their millage rate to cover that contract. So the ones that are covering that contract through the millage rate are increasing it through the taxes.
All right. I'd like to request that in future presentations, we make a comparable graph of those various scenarios. It's really hard to put them side to side when, apples and oranges here.
Just to give you a little insight, I live in Wellington, and at 346, I pay about $885 a year to the county. For
800
for fire rescue service.
Well,
Was that
but
caught
then
on
is
record?
your- but then is your
somebody called
millage
it
rate lower? But,
3.46 mils.
right.
Equates to about $885.
Right.
Okay.
And so what's your?
Just for
what's-
fire.
Right, and so what's the balance of your millage rate? I mean, because we have to remember that, although there is this fire assessment, our millage rate also contributes to the fire budget. So we have to also take that into consideration too, that, this fire assessment is in addition to
Precisely.
the already fire budget
Yes.
that is included in our millage rate.
Great
So-
point. Again, updated graph, so it's comparable. We can make true judgments.
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
So the current rate scenario, if you'll notice, the 22-23 adopted rate of $120 brings in about 7.2 million, or 22.5% of the $32.3 million fire budget. With a proposed increase of $30, it would bring in an additional 1.8 and would still cover only about 28% of the fire department budget. Next slide, please. So some of the options that the commission and the board has for exemptions is to kind of level if the commission does decide, hey, we want to support an additional $10 or $30 towards the fire assessment to offer some additional exemptions. We could increase the amount for hardship applicants. We could look at the poverty levels and say, hey, for a household of 4, we're choosing for a threshold of maybe $50,000, or one-time hardships, families that have been impacted by COVID or seen temporary income losses or things like that. And that could be attributed only to the $30 increase that the commission is seeking. So we would still collect the $120, but we would seek to exempt maybe the $30 that the commission would potentially propose as an increase. So those are just some options as far as the exemptions go. The board has complete autonomy as far as how they would like to see those exemptions and what that looks like.
Thank you, Mara. I'm going to turn now to my colleagues. Let's begin with Vice Mayor.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mara, because I think we do need to expand the ability for exemption for our residents. And I would ask if it's okay with my colleagues that staff does explore that and come back with a couple of options. Because I do think that we do need to see a change in this, given everything we've discussed tonight, what we've heard from our consultants. This is an avenue on top of, our other options to increase our revenues and offset our budget. But what I don't want to do is put people in a bind that actually this will impact. So as long as it's okay with, my colleagues, I would like staff to explore.
I know
more
we
in
did.
detail.
Yeah, we did speak briefly on that, Vice Mayor, and whatever increase that if it were to pass, well, what I would like to see happen is based on a percentage, say we increase it 20%, I would like to see those exemptions raised 20% to include those individuals that say if the threshold is 50,000, move that threshold to 60,000. So it'll exempt that a higher level of individuals. So. And there's a multitude of different ways that we can actually explore that. So if you guys have a better way of doing it, we'd be more than happy to do it.
Thank you for that, both of you, Vice Mayor. In principle, I very much support increasing exemptions. I think my follow-up question, and I do want to hear from my colleagues to see if we just have some majority or consensus, is, I guess this question is for you, Mara, and the Finance Department. When people apply and they come to you for these exemptions, what are the kind of things are you hearing from the people? Is there truly more people that come to you and say, we wish we could be exempted, but they can't? And then if they can't, what's the reason why they can't? So we make sure that we make an informed decision on how we shape this policy.
Sure. So right now, our exemption options are pretty clearly laid out. I'm not seeing a lot of we don't qualify, if they don't qualify under poverty, a lot of times they do qualify under the ad valorem, either disabled or they don't have the tax, they're already exempted from the ad valorem taxes through the county and things like that. So I don't have a lot of data on additional things that it's not coming through our office as far as what they're seeking that we're not offering at the moment.
All right, thank you for that. I want to turn now to Commissioner Cruz.
Yep. I don't know why every time we think of a policy, I think of how to implement it. And it just got me thinking about how much staff time a potential addition to that would take. And I do agree that, if we do increase it, we do need to give exemptions, especially to our seniors, disabled, people that are much of low income. At the same time, there's a reason why it's being increased. So we also want to be mindful of, how many people that would include, but definitely seniors, in my opinion, definitely people with lower income, families with way lower income, and people that are disabled. But how much staff time is that going to take? Are we going to have to hire, new people to do that? Or is that something that we can continue to do with the current staffing that we have.
That's something we could continue to do with current staff.
Perfect.
And just, I just want to piggyback off the whole fire assessment thing. Also in 2025, we have a lot of our outside jurisdictional contracts due up for renegotiation. So it's not going to be lost on us that those fire services that we provide to outside towns and cities, that we'll reevaluate what that looks like as well.
How long are those contracts?
I'll defer to,
They're up for renewal in 2025.
So are they 3-year contracts?
3-year contracts.
I think 5-year contract.
Is Hugh here?
He is, I think.
Chief Bruder, my apologies, sir.
Bruder, Fire Chief, yes, those contracts vary actually depending on when they were written up. Some of them are 4 or 5 years with 1 to 3-year extensions, but all of them will be expiring within the next 12 months to 18 months. So give us a good opportunity, as the CM said, to reevaluate those to make sure we're charging the right fees for our services.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Chief, do you usually see renewal? Do you see a high renewal rate with these outside jurisdictions?
Well,
for service?
they're questioning whether or not they're paying the right fee. Our job is going to be to go in and to show them that they're getting excellent services for what they're providing, what we're providing, and that the fees are actually way under what they should be paying.
Okay.
If they were to contract with another agency, it would be probably, I would venture to guess, 20 to 40% higher.
Okay.
So we're going to go after to recapture those funds.
So you would typically say, yes, we do see a good renewal rate.
We do.
Okay.
And I will say, it seems like it's not a cookie cutter approach. Each city is different. The rates, the CPI increases, they all vary. So.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
What other cities, like what cities do we service with our fire department?
So Briny Breezes, Village of Gulf. We also have Ocean Ridge and what's the fourth one? Hypoluxo. I'm sorry, Town of Hypoluxo. Yeah. So they're all up.
Thank you.
Chief, before you leave, just one thing. I would like to see an analysis of service. Are they actually consuming as much service as we project? Or do you have some sort of internal metric of service? I mean, I assume you do, like service calls, things of that nature.
Yeah, we have the capability with our software to do complete data analysis. And as we move into contract negotiations, that'll be one of the key factors in being able to increase revenue, is to take a look at things. For example, how many calls are we running? But not only how many calls are we running, we have to look at the overall demographic within that area. If you compare Ocean Ridge per se to Town of Hypoluxo, you have to look at the overall demographic, not only look at the income, and also look at what the total call volume is and that per call basis. That'll give us a good opportunity to go.
Precisely. And that's what I'm leading up to. If there's anything I've learned, just because we've been doing something in a certain way for a very long period of time doesn't mean it's the best way or the right way. And I'm not saying we are, but perhaps we've been getting gypped by these old contracts. I don't know, maybe. But we need to have that kind of data-based decision-making.
You're not wrong, Mayor.
Well, thank you. But I think you get the point that we want to make sure it's based on some reality, and do they actually use us a lot? Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but let's get that data.
Yeah, no, I would agree 100%. The data is king in this case, and we're going to make sure we come to the table with the right data that'll support the increases we're looking for.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Mara, anything else?
That's it for the fire assessment.
All right. So, Vice Mayor did ask for consensus if we can direct staff to go ahead and explore options for additional exemptions, whatever that format may be. We'll leave that to staff to formulate. Thank you for bringing that up, Vice Mayor. I do support that. Where do my colleagues stand? Commissioner Kelly.
I want to see, I would like to see some options, see how that breaks down. My concern is that with increasing the exemption threshold, are we then is it counterintuitive? Are we giving more people a break and then we're ultimately not receiving the funding? Are we by increasing the exemption possibilities, are we then losing the value of the additional assessment? So I would like to see, Mara, if you could, if we do increase that and we decide to increase the exemption, how is that financially going to affect, us getting, increased revenue in an assessment?
We can bring back some different rates.
That's an excellent question, Commissioner. Absolutely. Commissioner Hay, any thoughts on this?
Basically my concern also, because as I'm questioning about this fire assessment, it's difficult for me to win the argument when they say it's a tax. It's no matter which way you slice it and cut it and turn it upside down, it's still a tax. And is it going to ever sunset? And so I, as Commissioner Kelly just brought up, I was going to say the same thing. I need those fighting points, the talking points, okay, to help me see the value, okay, versus the increase. It's getting harder and harder to justify to the questions I'm getting from my constituents and community concerned activist people. So if you could help me out in that area the next time, that would be very helpful for me.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Seeing none, I believe there was a majority, so please explore that and come back to us. Mara, if you could proceed.
Sure. So the next presentation we have is from Hunan for our water revenues.
Our rowboat.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone again. Poonam Kalkat, Utilities Director. Actually, Mayor, what you were talking about, yes, there's a way that we can increase what we are giving to what's called a pilot, which is payment in lieu of taxes. If it's 8% of our revenue, if we increase our revenue, absolutely the city gets, general fund gets more money. So I just wanted to make that.
Thank
point.
you.
Next slide, please. So what we ended up doing was we ended up looking at doing a rate analysis, because as you'll see as we go forward, we are really not bringing in enough revenue for offsetting the costs and the expenses for the utilities. So we hired a rate consultant. His name is Ryan Smith. He's actually online right now. So if there are questions that I can't answer or the technical questions on methodology, he'll be able to answer those. He works for Riper Water Analytics, and he is instrumental in doing all of this analysis for us. So the first slide.
Dr. Kalkak, if you could pause for one moment. Does everybody have copies, or is it just me? Okay, it's two of us. Let me just double, 1 second. I've got a pile, so I need to double check.
Oh, that's okay.
I just have it on the computer. I have it on the computer.
On the computer?
Yeah. I like.
Were there
having
paper
hard
copies?
copies.
I like the hard.
If not, it is what it is. I just wanted to know.
And I can definitely pass these on, make some copies and get it to you. And then if you want to sit down one-on-one with me and the rate consultant, I can do that too.
Nope.
Okay, so thank you for that. Let's make sure it's available to the commission as well as to the public.
Do we have?
I will.
We can get Craig so he can make copies.
I appreciate it. We can still proceed. It's just a little difficult for me to, look at the screen.
Yeah.
And
I didn't
see.
realize that I was supposed to bring copies. Didn't know that.
No worries. It's something we can easily fix.
We'll survive.
Yes.
There we go. Good.
Thank you for zooming in. That definitely helps.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we'll proceed with this. This is much better. So.
Okay, and we will get you paper copies.
All right.
And send you electronic copies. So historical, this is just giving you historical rates. So going from 2018 on to 2023. On the left side, on the y-axis is the dollar amounts. And what we did was we looking at residential utility bills. So this is only residential. And we are assuming around 5,000 gallons per month usage. So this is just to compare and be able to do an average. So from 2018 to 2023, the increases have been from $54 on an average utility bill, monthly bill, to $58 average monthly utility bill for 5,000 gallons usage, again, just residential. And the bottom, the blue bar is the water, and the orange or yellow-orange bar is wastewater, and the gray bar on top is stormwater. The green broken line is the inflation measures. We've made what was the metric for inflation, and the red line is cumulative change to utility bill as to what increases we've made. So if you can see that the increases to utility bill has been just a little over maybe 6%, 7%. And if you look at the inflation, it's gone up around 21%. So until 2021, with the increases that we were doing, barely, we were able to survive. But as inflation hit us, it's become impossible for us to manage the way we've been managing before. I think of it as recession proofing a little bit, and I think we talked a little bit about some of that in the past, how to get things that are coming in and suddenly something happens, doesn't cause you a huge deal of problems. Next slide. This is again a similar comparison to what we were showing you for fire assessment and a couple of other fees for the city. So this is comparing, again, 5,000 gallons on an average usage for residential bills, and this is only comparing water and wastewater. We don't have stormwater here because a lot of utilities do not have stormwater utilities in there. It could be a public works, it could be, may not be a stormwater fund at all, so it's hard to compare those. And these are all a number of utilities and municipalities in our area. And this was not deliberate. We didn't try to be the lowest. We didn't try to kick anybody out that was lower than us. But everybody we looked at in the area, we are right now existing at 51.37. And other utility averages, if you just see, is around 77.51, and we are absolutely at the bottom of the scale. So just wanted to show why we need to look at our rates and why did we do a rate analysis. Next slide, please. This slide is just showing you what a $51.37 5,000 gallons usage residential bill could be divided up. What is it paying for? These are estimated uses of monthly revenues that we receive from the residential customers. So the maximum, the highest amount is for operations, which is the burgundy color or red color, $13.59. Personnel cost, which includes operations the only thing that's not including in the operations in here is the personnel there. So that's 24%, $12.08. General fund that we transfer, whether it's payment in lieu of taxes or overhead items for cost recovery, that's around 7.41, which is around 19%. Debt service, the utility went and refinanced with the city a couple of years back, and that we still have debt we're paying towards that, which is around 14%, which is 7.41. And then capital funding is $8.61, which is 17%. So that's sort of giving you an idea of what that 51.37 cost to the customer is. What is it paying for?
Dr. Calcott, can I ask you to just go back one slide for a brief moment? I know this is a staggering fact.
Yes.
Like as you said, we're literally at the bottom of the list here. I just want to ask a basic question. The fees that people pay for, yes, we have these categories. But generally speaking, is it a function of the size of the city? What is it a function of? I'm just wondering, what is it that Stewart is doing or Fort Pierce is doing that's different from what we're doing? Why is there so much more? Is it a matter of size of the city? Is it something else? Is there water that much better? What is it about?
No, our water is really good. Our water is the best water. We won awards on it. I think it's just that a lot of municipalities are coming to terms that they're not being able to pay for the services they're providing. And so they've been trying to cut costs here and there. They're trying to cut vacancies and positions, and capital funding a lot of times gets deferred. So infrastructure projects don't get done. Let's defer it one more year because we may not be able to afford it this year. So that has been happening a lot. So in the last couple of years, a number of utilities have started looking at doing rate studies and analysis, and a number of utilities in Southeast Florida have actually increased their fee in the last couple of years, or in the process of doing rate studies and increasing because of that reason. And Boynton just hasn't done a rate study in a long time. I think it's been many years. I think the last time, I don't know if anybody remembers when the last time a rate study was done. So the only increases have been whatever the utility sort of said, hey, maybe $1 more.
That's
and not done an analysis.
That's a very good question, actually. Does anyone from staff know when was the last time we had a rate study? If not, it's okay. I'm just curious.
I think one of the questions is that we went away from the rate model where we had the UMOP, where they were automating our rate process. That was something that was done back by Colin, I think, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years.
So that was kind of taking the place of the rate study. So
Was
they were
that
analyzing
the
rates.
dashboard that I
Correct.
saw?
So we have put out the future, basically everything that we're paying for, what the cost, operating cost, and projecting out for the future. And then they could make on the fly. Every year we're looking at, and it's same vice versa. Colin was looking at it that way to say, well, we could reduce it as well. If there was if we're making more money, then we could reduce it. So we went away from having a consultant. Dr. Calcutt came in and looked at it and said, we definitely need to get a study, which is why we're at this point.
I see. Oh, thank you for that.
And that rate model was very comprehensive, but also was very hard to understand. Some of the assumptions weren't easy to know, and the consultant wasn't able to necessarily explain all the assumptions. So we wanted to come in and do a more simpler rate model that we internally, staff could look at and work through. And so that's what we're starting to use. And again, like Andrew said, it doesn't mean that you keep increasing all the time. You look at it every time and see where you are, and you set your rate based on that. But right now, definitely we need to do some rate increases, at least in this year and next couple of years, to see how we go about it.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is a little bit harder to read maybe. So I just want to, the left where you see those gradients of color are similar costs, like the personnel, operations, capital, debt service, and general fund. It's the same colors and same thing, showing the same thing. And on the right side where there's that solid green bar, that's just showing our revenues. So in 2022, it's showing the actual revenues, which is the leftmost. And then in the middle is 2023, which is budgeted and projected. And then in 2024 is the proposed. So in 2022, our costs or expenses were around 49.5 million. So we've gone from 49.5 million because of inflation, and most of the costs that have increased have really been goods and services, contractual services, cost of living adjustment, pensions, all of those kind of things that we don't have too much control over at all. So we are always looking for the best service we can provide with the lowest cost, but it's just been something that we haven't been able to contain these costs right now. So in 2022, the expenses were 49.5 million and our revenues were 50.9 million. So we were a little bit in the black. 2023 onwards, we've been going down in the red. So our costs were 56.2 million. Now you see a bar where it says 53.7 million. That's our current projected expenses. That just shows that we are always trying to see, even if we might have budgeted more, we're always trying to see how we can keep a cost low. So we are projecting that cost might not be 56, might be 53.7, but our revenue still is 51.2 million. And then in 2024 proposed, and this is proposed after the increase that we are recommending or proposing, increasing the rates. The cost is around 58.7 million, the expenses, and the revenues are still 57.0 million. So we are still not going to be able to make it up completely. So I just wanted to bring that we are looking at our CIP, we are looking at prioritization and anything, whatever we can do. And for CIP, we are looking at, can we get grants? Can we get SRF loans? Anything that can help us make up this and then not have to put it only on ratepayers. So that's a constant evaluation that we are doing to try and see how we can keep our rates still competitive.
I don't quite understand. Why would you propose something that's still under?
Because we don't want to do it in one
At least
year.
proposed, okay.
Yeah, so
You want to stagger out the plan?
yes, we want to smooth out a little bit. So we want to increase and catch up, start going into the right direction, but not have it 1 year go up so much that it becomes a problem for our ratepayers.
So that's entirely sensible, like staggering is good. So besides grant funding, what's the plan? How are you going to make this up? You dip into your
We have
reserves?
reserves. We don't want to dip into our reserves because that's the reserves that we keep for, and we had that whole discussion of how you want to make sure that you're building reserves because right now, the way we are going, the amount of assets that we have, the depreciation and the replacement cost, we're never going to be able to make it up. So we have to start getting into a better place. So we are moving in that direction. We just didn't want to do it in one swoop. We didn't want to do it in 1 year. We'll do it a couple of years and then we'll go by CTI and keep working towards building our reserves and continuing. We don't want it to be that everybody, the current ratepayers have to pay that high amount for building up reserves for the future. So we want to continue having a more pragmatic approach and keep building on it.
Thank you.
Next slide. This just shows some of the primary increase drivers that we've seen, and this is 2 years. So fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2024, some of the increases we've seen. The personnel increases, we saw an increase of 3.9 million in 2 years, and those were to do with the cost of living adjustments, pensions, insurance, a couple of positions that we may have added. Operational costs have gone up significantly with chemicals, goods, services, labor, and it's all inflation that's causing, and we can see it every day. Our chemical contractors will come back and they'll say we have to increase the cost because this is what the cost is for us. So, and supply chain demand hasn't helped us either. General fund, we increased in 2 years, 1.1 million because of the revenue increases. We did decrease a little bit of the overhead costs that we pay into, but we are still overall giving more to general fund. And debt service increased even though it was refinanced. And as you saw the graph that Mara had showed, first 2 years we have an increase and then hopefully it'll start going down. And then capital funding, we're only increasing it 700,000 in 2 years, where our infrastructure needs really demand that it should be much more than that. So I just wanted to kind of point out what are the different things that are causing our increases in the budget. Next slide, please. These are again the same slide as from previous time, historical and projected rates adjustment, and I'm just adding the 2024. So the increase from 2023 to 2024, we are right now proposing around a 10% increase in our rates. So that'll approximately for a residential usage of
Dr.
5,000.
Calcott, can you, hey, guys, can we keep it down in the audience? Thank you.
Thank you. So for a utility bill or residential utility bill for somebody who's using around 5,000 gallons per month would be around $6 is what we're thinking an increase. It won't be exactly the same for everybody, but that's just sort of going from 58.86 to 0.74. Obviously, if it's a bigger meter, commercial, that might go up. We can bring those rates to you if the commission is in agreement for us to keep going down this path. And as I mentioned, we are continuing to look at grants, SRF loans and others to whichever way we can offset any of the increases. This is the same graph as we presented before, and it's actually showing you the proposed. So even with the proposed increase that we are saying, we're still going to be in the lower end. We are still below the utility average of our area of 77.51. So like I said, we would like to start going in the right direction, but not just increase a huge amount and just in one year itself. And this graph, again, I want to point out is not including our stormwater. So that's why you see the difference of the 56.50 versus the 64, the previous one. Next graph, next slide. We wanted to look at affordability, and there are two indicators that we are providing here. One is the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency's affordability threshold. And this just means that, and in this case, just wanted to point out, I've been talking about a residential at 5,000 gallons usage. This is at 7,500 gallons because that's what Fitch does their affordability indicators at. So just we needed to use something that we could compare to. So this is as percent of median household income. So how much is somebody spending on their residential utility bill as percent of their median household income? And we are going by the census. It was 2020 census, I think, that was used for this data. But if you look at in fiscal year 2023, and even with the increases that we are saying, we are much below each of those affordability indicators. So to just let you know that we are looking at if there are, and affordability is what you can afford. I mean, you can come up with whatever standards and other things, but somebody who can't afford a bill can't afford a bill. So we still work with people, with our customers, and figure out how best can we help them, whether providing them programs that are with the county or giving them options of paying in a couple of different installments and other things. So we work with our customers all the time to make it affordable and for them to be able to pay the bills. Next slide. This is the last slide that's giving you recommendations. So for 2024, we are recommending a rate increase of 10% for water, wastewater, and stormwater. We definitely know that further future rate increases will be required in the next few years. We're also looking at refining our capital improvement plan. We want to make sure that we are doing master planning, condition assessment, and project criticality to see what we are spending. And then developing a long-term capital funding plan, because that's a must. Once we started looking at what the cost for just building back and replacing all our infrastructure and our assets, we're not funding that right now. So we have to look long-term, what do we need to do? So increasing pay-go, which will be increasing the rates, would help that. Potential debt funding or potential grants and SRF loans. So we may want to go into get municipal bonds again, and then look at how can we get a rate adjustment and what the plan needs to be for adjusting the rates. I'm open to questions, and Ryan's online too. So if there's any methodology questions or anything that overall from other municipalities, Ryan's worked with a number of municipalities over his career, and we can answer those. And I also have my finance team and my administration team here. So I want to thank everybody.
Thank you. Just for clarity's sake, at 5,000 gallons per month, we are currently 5137, and that proposed value would be
58.
58.
56,
sorry.
10% increase.
Yes, 10% increase. You're right.
56.
Yeah. So when you look at with stormwater included, we are going from 58.86 to 64.74. We are going from 58.86 to 64.74 for 5,000 gallons for a residential customer.
Okay. So $5.
Yes, $5 to $6 change.
All right, any questions, comments from my colleagues?
No, thank you very much.
Good job.
Anything else, Commissioner Kelly?
Our utilities services outside of the city, correct?
Correct.
And so these rates would also
Yes.
be for all of the customers that are using our utilities, not just our residents. correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do they have a different rate for them?
They do.
And could you give me that data? I would love to see what those differences are.
Yes, we can provide you that.
Thank you.
Well, so on that point, what then what's your suggested increase for the outside utilities and how does that differentiate from, this assumed 10% is for our city residents.
Yes.
What is the proposed increase for outside of the city?
I'll get you that information. There's again legislature that's going on about how much can a utility charge outside customers. It's been in the past up to 25%, and a lot of utilities use that, and we do use the same. So that is something that we are being asked to look at more carefully.
Thank
We'll
you.
provide you that information.
So why would there be a difference? Why not the same?
That's just how they've allowed to happen. And it's just something that unincorporated Palm Beach County or any unincorporated, anybody who's outside city limits pays more. So right now, all our rate study has assumed that's going to stay the same. So if that doesn't stay the same and we have to reduce that, then that's going to have an impact and we'll have to look at that more carefully.
Commissioner Kelly, just to piggyback back on that conversation, I'm not sure if we're thinking the same thing, but I'm very much interested in knowing, what is the limit by which we can charge our outside customers? Is it fair to say that these outside customers, they're actually saving money, right? Because they don't have to build all the facilities and all the things that go along with having a water plant. Or they're just being serviced by us. We provide the water and whatnot.
As ratepayers, they're paying into what can get into the capital funds.
They're also paying into the capital funds. But in terms of initial investment, they certainly were not part of the initial
that's true.
investment. I mean,
Absolutely.
and it may be unpopular to say, but I'll say it. But there's a part of me that very much feels like before we burden our residents, I would rather put more responsibility first on outside customers, only because they did not pay in to this water system as much as our own residents has. That's just my kind of, big picture thought. It's certainly not final, but there is a part of me that instead of putting it all into our residents, what about to our outside customers?
Well, and to my point is, let's make sure that we're not doing this to our residents, but we're not also mirroring or increasing what our outside utilities customers are paying. So I want to make sure that we're not increasing or talking about increasing just our residents if we can, and without looking outside and making sure that we're doing as much as we can, recouping that from our outside utility customers as well.
Distributing responsibility.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
And you're absolutely right, Mayor, that they didn't, when the city was built and when the water plant was built, if they were not customers, they wouldn't have paid towards it. So depending on when somebody's coming in and becoming a customer, obviously they may or may not have paid into what the infrastructure was. But we do charge them 25%, which is allowed by legislature.
I would think our outside customer would expect to pay a little more.
Yes,
Good point.
they usually do.
Looking forward to see the data on that. Anything else from my colleagues on my right?
No, I had already asked that question during a previous agenda review, so it was said that it was 25%. So if we look at it from a resident perspective, we're giving our residents a 25% discount on the cost of water that non-residents are getting, which is good.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next item on the presentation. Now, before we proceed to the next item, the time is now 9:20, and I do want to ask my colleagues how they feel about continuing on with this meeting, because after we hear all this budget-related presentations, there is another strategic planning discussion, which in itself could be lengthy. Let me ask my colleagues, would you prefer to continue to keep working, or would you be open to rescheduling at least the strategic planning component? Vice Mayor, you were first, and let's go to Commissioner Hay after.
I think the strategic planning component is important, and I want to make sure we're making good decisions and we're not tired and we have dialogue. So I'd be in favor of rescheduling that.
Well said, and good points. Commissioner Hay.
I feel the same way, that we've had a long afternoon and we need to be on our tippy toes when we make a decision that's going to impact the city for the next few decades. So I would suggest that we have it another time when we're fresh.
All right. Any other input from my colleagues?
I propose a Saturday morning if possible, or after work.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Kelly, any input?
No, I'm okay with rescheduling it, just.
All right, does staff have any, I'm sorry, were you finished?
No, it just would depend on when.
Right.
Our schedules are crazy.
Well, let's turn to staff. Do you have any recommended times? Obviously, Mr. Lyle Sumek needs to be available, so we're constrained by that.
Yeah, I would recommend I'll confer with Lyle, see what his availability is, and send you guys some dates to Kendra.
Okay, so we'll determine it later. All right, thank you for that. City Manager, are you about to say something?
No, I was just going to echo the same thing Catherine had just said.
Council, do we need a formal
We won't
motion?
take any motions in the workshop, so it's
Right.
consensus.
So
Just
that's
postpone that portion of the
that's
workshop
enough.
To be rescheduled.
All right, that's good. Go ahead.
All right, thank you guys for that. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my esteemed colleague, the members of the public. My name is Mario Guzman. I'm the Director of Public Works. Echoing some of the sentiments from Dr. Calkett, I too want to contribute more to the general fund. In an effort to do that, we need to kind of reassess our fees.
You know, that maybe that's how every department should begin. You got to begin your presentation with, what are you putting into the general fund?
Yeah. So, and I'm going to talk about that. So next slide. All right. I got about 7 slides, but anyway, quick agenda. Talk about the current state of affairs at solid waste, current rates versus proposed rates, the fiscal impact, and the contributions to the general fund. And I'll entertain any questions. Before we jump into it though, solid waste. What is solid waste? Everyone thinks we take out the garbage. What does that mean? Well, we have residential services, which is your carts. We also have commercial, which breaks up into 2 different segments, which is your roll-off, your construction services, all those kind of things. And then we have commercial front load, which is your restaurants and those things. Aside from that, we also do recycling, bulk, your big bulk garbage, small bulk, which is like a rear loader, and then also your vegetation. So just sometimes that's an ambiguous term, the solid waste, but it's significant. So anyway, first slide. All right, current state of affairs. Right now, taking a snapshot of 2020, 2021, 2023, if you look at the top portion of it, just like kind of a microcosm of the bigger budget, you'll see some of our major expenses and how they've increased significantly. Let's talk about waste disposal. Waste disposal is what the Solid Waste Authority charges us for the amount of tonnage, garbage that we take there. And then aside from that, their fees have they gone up. So in 2020, we paid $2.4 million, 2021, 2.5, 2022, 2.7, and we're expecting conservatively 2.8 for 2023, but we're still finalizing this year. But you can see a 15% increase across our waste disposal, the amount of garbage, tonnage, and the fees related to taking out garbage for all the business segments that I previously stated. Vehicle fuel and maintenance, Mara had touched on this earlier, 1.7 in 2020, 1.9, and now we're at 2.2 million. We're going to be touching over 2.3 million for 2023. Fuel, absolutely.
Mario, 1 second. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you, if you could take your phone calls outside in the lobby, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, fuel absolutely crushed us this year. Very volatile market, and that's when you see some of those expenses there. One of our contractual services, dumpster repairs. You can see 105,000.
Mario, is that fuel consumption an increase in number, or is it the cost of the fuel?
The cost of the fuel. Yeah, combination of both. With growth, there's more garbage. And then aside from that, you start having the fuel cost in itself, particularly diesel. Diesel has gone up. Gas has kind of gone down, but diesel fuel is still relatively higher than gas.
Okay.
Dumpster repairs is another one of our contractors. These are the company that we use that for your metal containers, because of the cost of those containers, when we have an opportunity, we try to weld them and fix them, and we have an outside contract come in to repair those. So 2020 at 105,000. You saw that dip in 2021. 2021 budget is started in September of 20 to 21. So there was a dip in commercial services. That's why you saw that. And then 2022 shot right back up to 110, 170. The actual cost of carts, plastic, metal, those kind of things. You can see how that jumped up from 255 in 2020 up to 375 for 2023. So across the board, our services material has gone up. Let's talk about equipment costs. A roll-off truck, 170K in 2020. I'm actually trying to buy one now to have the bandwidth with all this development going on downtown. We have to provide those services. So priced out a truck last week, $240,000. Front loaders, 260 in 2020, 383. Split recyclers, 225, they're about 260, and we're getting away from those. Automatic side loaders, 277. Right now, they're about 378. And then the rear load split body is what we're going to. So we were paying 225. Those have jumped up significantly. So those have gone on. And as previously aforementioned by our city manager, because the cost of these vehicles go up, the pre-funding of these vehicles go up. The pre-funding, as we stated earlier, is like an escrow account for each individual asset. So those costs across the board are going high. So current state of affairs. All right, next slide, please. So residential fees, right? And before I get into the fees, I want to talk about some of the dynamics of solid waste. Aside from the actual fee, you got to think about the days of service. You know, some municipalities charge higher, charge lower. They may service once a week, depending on the business segment. Is it bulk? Is it vegetation? We did kind of a quasi analysis with some neighboring municipalities, and we noticed some fees were relatively low, but the days of service weren't as much as ours. So our serviceability is much higher. So think about days of service, the size of the waste, and also the weight of the waste. And I'll touch on that on every different business segment. But this particular one, residential, our residents are currently paying $18. What we are proposing is $21. Differentiating from utilities, this is a flat fee. So instead of $18, it's $21, which is $36 annually. And then on our multifamily, we want to go with the same theme of $3. So instead of $15, it would be about $18. And you can see Lake Worth, 2045, Wellington, 2417, Lantana, Port St. Lucie, Boca. So even by raising our rates, we won't be the lowest. Won't be the highest either, but we'll be, you know, gauging on our services we provide. That is our recommendation. I also want to state that the same consultant that Poonam is using, we are using them as well. This is just kind of just to kind of open the conversation and what this looks like with the rate increase. We are going to back this up with the rate study conducted by the consultant as well, Ryan. So with this increase, we're looking at $700,000 from residential and about $672,000 from multifamily, for a total for residential services, $1.4 million on that proposed rate. You can see on the lower left-hand corner, you can see neighboring municipalities on the chart. The first bar is Boynton current. The second bar is Boynton proposed. We're still relatively low. And that's with intention. We want to keep the residential rates low. Next slide, please. Other business segment is roll-off. That is the one that provides services for any kind of new construction or any kind of construction going on. Those are the big containers you see outside of construction sites. Again, we did a comparison. Good news, we're one of the cities that have our own roll-off services. A lot of cities outsource that operation, and that is a major revenue stream for the city. So again, we have 10 yards, 20 yards, 30 yards. That's going down to the size. And then you see the pounds. We actually allow more people to add more pounds to that without charging them extra. Other companies don't do the same. Again, our recommendations, you can see on the lower chart, just to save time, you can see we're still in the mix. Our services did increase with the 10 yard. And aside from rates, some of the things that we're looking at is, do we even continue to provide services 1 day a week for this type of yard? Sometimes it doesn't make sense. If it's a 20 yard or a 40 yard or 10 yard, I still have to pay someone and a truck to go out there to service it. So it has to make business sense to service that can. So a lot of times we're looking at not just the rates, but we're actually looking at, so for example, we want to tell our commercial customers, hey, use a dumpster instead of carts. You'll have some companies, some places that rather use carts. So we rather raise the fees on additional carts to push, not to push them, but to kind of incentivize them to get some of our commercial carts. That's later on. But as you can see, our rates, our proposal for roll-off, assuming these rates go through, we're looking at an increase for $472,000. Now, my favorite word, an asterisk. Roll-offs are tied to development. This is using, if we would have done these rates for last fiscal year, we would have seen an increase for $472,000. We know that in the next 12 to 18 months, in conversations with City Manager Adam Temple, there's a lot of development going on downtown. You got Villages, Town Square, Broadstone, you name it. We have to provide those services. So those services are not factored into this number. So that $472,000 increase, that is a very, very conservative amount for roll-off services for revenue. All right, next slide. Another segment, this is our commercial front load aspect. These are the dumpsters. Again, you have 2 yard, 3 yard, 4 yard, 8 yard, and then the numbers going across 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the days of service. Some services, except we have a 1 day, which we try and get away from. We have 2 days a week, 3 days a week, 4 days a week. You can see some of our change from our charges as they go from day to day. We'll use 3 yard as an example. If you have a 3 yard container, you get service 3 days a week, that's $344. We are recommending $387. And you can see this chart, so on and so forth. Again, this is to encompass the cost of our trucks, everything we alluded to earlier. This would bring about $1.1 million with the proposed fees. Again, this depends on the number of businesses using our services and the number of new businesses coming into the city. The more business we come into the city, the more we'll see that that revenue increase. Now, next slide. So, in summary, and so this is kind of the big picture view. You can see across the board, the aggregate total of all those currently, the last fiscal year was about $13.5 million. If we were to have these proposals at that time, again, being conservative, the revenue would have been $16.7 million. So a net revenue of $3.2 million. Solid Waste Division, we're committed to providing services with these rate increases. That's to offset fuel costs, the cost of trucks, maintenance, contractual costs. In fiscal 23, we're estimated to give $1.1 million to the general fund. We would like to increase that, minimum $1.3 million. But again, the more revenue we increase, the more 8% per GFOA goes back to the general fund. So 8% is what is the recommendation. And then aside from that, we were in the red from a fund balance perspective. We were trending good in a positive. Inflation and fuel kind of took a hit on us, but we're still trending in the positive. Right now, our fund balance is about $1.3 million. Our operating expenses monthly are about $1.4 million. Per GFOA recommendations, you want to have at least 60 days. So we want to have at least $2.8 million minimum. Our long-term goal is to have $8.4 million, have at least 6 months of operating costs. And also expansion of services. As we have more development, more growth in the city, we want to be able to have the bandwidth to do that. And contrary to both the fire department and utilities department, who services neighboring municipalities, we don't. And we'd like to get in the game. But we can't get into the game if we don't have the trucks to provide those services. And why is that? Because if we do, and why do we want to get in the game? We want to increase our revenue streams from other cities. And garbage is one of those definitive markets. If the economy is good, you got roll off and commercial. If it's not good, you have residential garbage coming in. So, but that's it in a nutshell. And last slide, I believe, any questions?
Thank you, Mario. I'll hold my comments for now. Anything from my colleagues? Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you.
None on my left, none on my right.
Thank you for allowing me to talk garbage. Talk trash.
For the trash. All right, well, you make good arguments as to why you need these increases. If there was a theme tonight, it's every department wants an increase. Again, I understand that, we need to make these decisions. Quite frankly, they probably should have been made sooner. If they had, we wouldn't be here. And I'm not one to kick down the can down the road, as the saying goes. But when we add up all of these proposed increases, that's the number I'd like to know, because it is the cumulative effect of all of this that the residents are going to feel. It might be $5 here, $5 there, whatnot, but let's combine them together so we get a holistic picture. And from that picture, we will have to prioritize what we can do this year, what we can do next, and so on. But Mario, that's it for me. Just wanted to make the general comment, and I'll reach out to you for more specific questions. All right. Thank you. The next item here, Mara, are you introducing it, or who's introducing the next item? Casey. So Casey, the first question for you will be the same. What do you bring to the general budget? To the general fund.
All right.
Okay.
Right answer. I do have copies of my presentation if anyone would like to have a paper copy.
Yeah, it's nice to write notes on it, but.
Yes.
All right. As those are being passed out, Casey Young, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. Thank you for this opportunity to have to present on parking fees for Oceanfront Park and Oriole Park boat ramp. The Parking Services Division oversees parking enforcement at the beach and boat ramp for the Recreation and Parks Department. Here's a brief overview of the Park Ranger program. Currently, we have, as far as parking staff, we have a park compliance manager who oversees the program, along with 5 park rangers that help to assist with operating the Park Ranger program. Park Ranger responsibilities include engage and educate the public on park rules, monitor all parks for park compliance, park pavilion rental assistance, athletic field permit assistance, and parking enforcement at Oceanfront Park and Harvey E. Oriole Jr. Park boat ramp. Next slide, please. Parking Services recently conducted a feasibility study to compare parking rates with surrounding cities, which include Lake Worth Beach, Boca Raton, and Delray Beach. This is for the hourly parking fees that we did a comparison for. Currently, parking fees are $1.50 at our Oceanfront Park Beach. Park patrons pay the hourly parking rate using the Park mobile app and the pay kiosks that are on site. According to the chart, our current rate is the most affordable in the area. Next slide, please. Parking Services is proposing an increase to the hourly rate. This increase will be competitive in comparison to surrounding cities, but would also assist with increasing the parking turnover. What we've noticed is that what we've seen at the beach is that there's a challenge with providing parking, having available parking for park patrons that want to visit. So again, by increasing the fees, we feel like that will increase the turnover rate for parking, along with making more parking available for all our residents. Again, post-pandemic, we've seen definitely an increase in popularity of beach, of parks, of the boat ramp, as you'll see moving forward, which is bringing more visitation to those areas. So again, increasing the parking fees, making it competitive will hopefully assist with that challenge that we're having at the beach.
Casey, on that note, we have Park Mobile at our beach. Does it collect data on how long people are actually staying there?
It does collect some of that data that shows how long people are parked. We can provide those reports that shows that. It also shows us, parking permit holders that are parking at the beach. That's data that we can provide.
Okay, I understand that there's limitations, but I do want to test that assumption, right? I mean, is it really the case that people are just parking there for exceedingly long periods of time? And because that's the argument, right? It's cheap, so people are just lingering way too long and not giving other people a chance to go to the beach.
So that's what we've seen as far as that is the assumption that we're making, is that because of the low rates, that people are parking there hourly for longer time periods, but also our parking permit holders are the ones that we see are using the spaces. So again, you pay for a parking permit, an annual parking permit, which allows you to park for the fiscal year. And we're seeing that those
With
are
no time duration?
No time duration, not on the parking permit. So we're noticing that those are the patrons that are using the parking spaces for the majority of the time.
Interesting.
How much is the parking permit now?
The parking permit currently is $50.
Wait, that's the annual fee?
That is
Can you say that question a little bit louder for the?
Yeah, my question was, how much is the annual fee for?
Yeah, I will get to it further on in the presentation, but it is a $50 fee for the annual parking permit for residents and for seniors.
Thank you.
So again, we have found this challenge for beach parking to occur between February and May, which we're considering our beach season. Between the hours of 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. is when it's really challenging to find parking spaces at the beach. In order to combat that, we've stationed a ranger there to help with traffic flow and to help with parking. So those are some of the things that we're doing in order to help the process. Next slide, please. This slide shows the hourly parking rates for Harvey Oyer boat ramp. Rangers are responsible for parking enforcement at Harvey Oyer Park boat ramp. Parking fees are charged for boat trailers. So again, we only charge parking fees for boat trailers, not necessarily for regular car parking. Parking in comparison to surrounding cities that charge for boat ramp parking, Boynton is the most affordable if you take a look at the chart in front of you. Next slide. Yeah. As far as proposed fees for hourly parking at the boat ramp, we're proposing to increase that from the $1.50 that's being charged now to roughly around $3, which, as you see, compared to other cities, is right around market rate. And then one of the considerations for increasing the boat ramp fee is due to the boat ramp renovations that took place this year, which included redesign of the boat ramp, reconstruction, new construction of the ramp, new boat docks, along with fishing stations at the boat ramp.
Do we get a grant for that project?
It was somewhat funded from a grant.
How much was that funding?
I forget the total amount that was funded.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So this slide shows the annual parking permit for Oceanfront Park. This is for our beach parking. Park patrons visit the beach have the option to pay using Park Mobile or to pay kiosk, and also they have the option of purchasing a annual parking permit. The permit is valid from October 1 through September 30th of each year. Our current rates are lower than surrounding cities that sell parking permits. The box below, if you can see, it shows the number of parking permits sold this year, which again, to date, since October 1, we have sold 955 resident permits, 87 non-resident permits, 1,000 senior permits, for a total of 2,042 permits sold this year, which is at this point more than the permits that were sold in fiscal year 2022. And again, we have a senior option, which research in other municipalities don't provide that option. So our senior options, senior permits are for anyone that is 65 and older. And obviously right now we have not, there's no difference in the resident and the senior resident, but we are proposing to change that moving forward.
Casey, thanks. Is the non-resident rate the same as the resident rate, or what's the difference in that? Because I don't see that addressed on this chart.
So no, the resident rate is $50. The non-resident rate is $200.
Okay.
And then we have a senior rate, which is $50, which is the same.
Okay.
But you're proposing that the senior rate go to 75 along, or how's that going to work for the seniors?
All right.
What you propose? What are you proposing?
I'll propose. Next slide, please.
Everyone's getting excited. Let's start the conversation.
So if you take a look at this is what we are proposing for the annual permit, which shows an increase of the resident permit rate to $90, also an increase to the senior permit rate to about $75, along with an increase for the non-resident rate as well. Again, the non-resident permit is a limited area that you can't. So again, if you live in West Palm Beach, you cannot purchase a non-resident permit. Regardless of age or anything, right? There's only a limit of where you can purchase a non-resident permit from.
Vice Mayor, you have a question?
So here where it says senior resident for the permits sold fiscal year. So last year we were at 700, and then I'm seeing 22, 23, just to date, we're already at 1,000. So we've had that huge increase in revenue just from the amount of permits year over year.
Correct.
So I'm not in favor of increasing it for the seniors. I'm just gonna go out and flat out say that now. I really don't even want to increase it substantially to 75 for residents. I would want to keep it low, because what we're seeing here, if we're forecasting, right, and if we're having the discussion of operating this from a business lens, we were seeing an increase in the amount of permits. And so if this continues, we don't need to significantly increase the cost, because then we might scare people out of purchasing these permits. And so what I don't want to have happen is people like, oh, this is too expensive. right? And I love the comparisons. Like if you go to Lake Worth Beach, you have a pier, you know, and you have bennies on the beach. Like I love our beach. It's great, but like I think we need to be holistic and realistic when we look at comparing this to other municipalities. What is that, 50% increase from 50 to $75?
From 50 to 75.
I can't swallow that, so I'm just going to go out and vocally say I'm not going to support that, especially for seniors. The boat ramp was, and again, we just charged for the trailers, right?
Just for the trailers. And again, we aren't proposing an increase for the boat ramp due to the last few years, the boat ramp, we've been selling a 10-month pass instead of a 12-month pass. So because we were anticipating the boat ramp renovations. So now that the renovations are complete, this will be the first year that we will charge a full 12-month pass. So we're not proposing an increase for the boat ramp.
Okay, so we're not doing an increase for Harvey Euler.
No.
Correct. Okay.
Not at this time.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. So I'm just seeing the
average.
average. I'm seeing the average, not
Yes.
a proposal. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Like I think if we look at the data, like people are purchasing permits, you know, 50% increase. I just can't.
Well, and again, with just proposing it, one of the reasons for proposing the increase is to help with the challenge of the parking. Again, we receive a lot of complaints that there's just not any available parking at the beach during certain times, again, which are between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. It's really difficult to find parking. So we propose the increase to try to, one, encourage people to use the park mobile, and two, again, as I said before, our permit holders are the ones that are staying longer at the beach. So again, which then doesn't provide available parking spaces.
And you said the non-resident is $200.
Correct.
I'd be okay to increase that. I'm not, you know, I mean, because it might deter someone that's a non-resident from coming to the beach and then allowing for people that do live here.
Gotcha.
So, Vice Mayor, if I could piggyback on that, because that's similar to the lines of thought I had, which is absolutely give preference to actual residents over visitors. That's number one. Now, I want to make a data-based decision, and by that I mean, you know what I'm going to say. I mean, do we have the data that shows, is it actually the non-residents, the visitors who are lingering there longer than the actual residents, and therefore they're crowding out our actual residents, right? So that's, I'd like to know that information, because if you look at the numbers you've given us on this table, the non-residents is a fraction, a tiny fraction of the actual residents. So I'm not entirely sure that that assumption may be correct. So again, that would be helpful just to have that information. But in principle, preference for residents over non-residents, I could support that increase as well. But here's the more important thing. This conversation to me really isn't just about the money. I'm not entirely sure this is really about the money. I think this is about parking availability, which is a mobility conversation. And so I had a slightly different thought about how to approach this, which is we need to hurry up, have that mobility conversation, specifically considering services that some of them are Circuit, Freebie, there's different companies and many other cities use them already, because you can increase the rate, you could decrease the rate. It's not going to change the fact that there's still not enough parking spaces. So we should be encouraging people to park somewhere else. We provide the service to go in and bring them to the beach so they don't have to actually park there. And for those that actually park there directly, that's where I could be open to an increase, because what it is, it's like priority parking, right? So this way, everybody still gets to go to the beach. People can still spend as much time as they would like, because it's about a parking availability issue. But if you want the extra added convenience of being directly on the beach, parking directly on the beach, then sure, right? So it's just from my understanding, this really isn't about the money. You want to increase the rate to intentionally create turnover because of limited space. Well, the way you do that is you don't all park there. You make them park somewhere else, and then we move them to the beach. So that's my train of thought on that.
And the only comment that I would make is that, again, we understand, we can tell who the non-residents are from the permit holders, but from the daily parking, we don't know who's a resident, who's a non-resident, just to make that point.
I mean, I'm a Park Mobile user, and they collect my information. So I know they know, who's parking there and, what cities they live in, but that's just a thought. Let's go around the days. Commissioner Cruz first, then we'll go around.
To follow up on your concern, Mayor, it's something that I've gotten a lot of emails about, a lot of phone calls about. It's the fact that residents on the west side of the city don't have the ability to park at the beach on a weekend, because by the time they get there at 9:30 in the morning or so, all parking has been taken. So I do happen to agree with you with the mobility issue, and we will be having that conversation. But even more than the fee, as you mentioned earlier, is the ability of having a alternative modes of transportation that can get people from the west side of the city towards the east side of the city. That's it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And again, our largest, so according to this data, our largest demographic is senior residents, and seniors are on fixed income. And we're been talking about increasing every single fee that we have, right? So again, I just can't stomach a 50% increase for seniors. Again, I'm just gonna throw that out there. I'm not gonna go for that. Maybe something in the middle, or maybe keeping it the same. And I like your idea, Mayor, of the priority parking. Once we have some type of established service that takes people from the west side to the beach, that makes sense. But I think for our largest demographic, for people who, are in fixed income, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's responsible.
I think, Vice Mayor, if other, people had somewhere else to park and then we moved them, we may not need to increase the rate.
Yeah.
So in any case, let's go Commissioner Haig. Any thoughts?
I basically agree. I don't want to put any more burden on the seniors. We have enough financial burden. And so if I could do anything to help out the seniors, provide that service. And like you're saying, if we do that, we may not have to bother the rate at all, but I do not want to tack on 50% more onto the current rate for the seniors.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly?
I guess my thought, it's such an increase. Casey, do you know, I'm envisioning and knowing the growth of our city and people moving here. The word senior is kind of, it's what, 65 and older. So you think of, everyone who has moved down to sunny South Florida in the last year and a half. Is there any way to look at that data and see? That's a large increase in senior resident permits that I'm curious to know. Are those new residents that have just moved here, newly retired? No, I understand most seniors are on fixed income, but I'm just thinking these are people who moved to South Florida to enjoy the beach and enjoy the amenities. And are we being taken advantage of also by having these low rates? I don't want to, I don't want to be the one to say, let's take more money from the seniors. Obviously, that's not something that I support, but I'm curious to know, though, this huge increase in senior resident permits, where are they coming from? That seems like a large difference in just a year. But I'm envisioning that is likely from new residents who've moved to the state, moved to South Florida to retire here. And so I would like a little, if you can find that data and without too much difficulty, try to determine why there is such a huge difference in that.
But I know as far as the hourly rates at Warrior and even Oceanfront, when those were all established a couple years ago, the intent was, let's keep them, let's start it out low, gradually increase it. And I think that was always the intent of prior staff, prior commission, is that that's something the hourly rates would gradually increase so that it wasn't a huge chunk. We weren't all of a sudden starting to charge hourly at Warrior Park, starting to charge hourly at Oceanfront, but that they would gradually increase so that we were market rate and we weren't the place that everyone was going to just because we're the cheapest. So, you know, so those are kind of my thoughts. I would like some more data as far as the senior resident, you know, that increase before I can make any determination on whether or not, you know, I would support or, you know, not support an increase or a stabilization, and how to really evaluate that.
So just more information on the permit, on the annual permits. That's what the question's coming.
Yeah.
Just from the senior permits and the annual permits, but not on the hourly fees.
Correct.
Okay.
You just want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. Because I know you're going to look at those who are using the oceanfront park versus not to thinking that we got 1,000 moving down here every day or something. You know, how many of those actually use the beach parking in it? You'll be able to capture that.
We will look for the data and see if we can provide that. Yes.
Thanks, Casey.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Mayor. Commissioner Kelly, you made an excellent point there that I hadn't even thought about. And it's the fact that, you know, there are people who live here, or let me specify better. There are senior citizens that live here that are full-time residents potentially at another state. And then this is their second home. Obviously, their financial situation is different than the seniors that we have living full-time in our communities that are permanent residents. So thank you for bringing up that that change and that termination. It's something that maybe we can maybe look at providing different rates. If you're a full-time senior citizen, you get the rate. And then if, you know, potentially, if you're not a full-time resident, if you have 2 homes and this is your second home, this is your vacation home, and you're here for 3 months of the year, then your income might be different than people who live here full-time.
Vice Mayor?
How do you guys define that? Are they homesteaded? Is that how you define if they're qualified for the resident permit?
So in order to qualify for a resident permit, you have to provide identification that you live in that residence.
So it's just an address.
Just an address.
So it's not, so maybe we could change that to a homesteaded document, right? And then that would kind of get.
That's one
You know
way,
what I
but
mean?
then you have renters that are not homeowners that might live here full-time or might not live here full-time.
So
then
water
we're
bill?
Including those people.
It has to be a water bill or a phone bill or something with that matches their license and their residency.
Right.
So it's 2 forms of ID that has to be
And
provided.
you would need a in-state license in order to have that homestead or be a full-time resident. You wouldn't have an out-of-state license.
Depends.
The other thing
Florida,
I wanted
resident,
that,
you need a specific amount of time.
the other thing that I wanted to bring up that Commissioner Kelly touched on was the increase for the beach. And Commissioner Cruz touched on this with Lake Worth. You know, you go to Boca Red Reef Park where they have that artificial reef, I think they charge like $20-something to park there. So increasing the value of our ocean front, you can increase the parking fees, you know what I mean? Because if there's more value, I'm going to be fine paying $5-6 an hour later down the road. So I think that's something that we need to keep on the front of our mind. City Manager.
Well, and we can always change it.
That's right.
If we go up and we all of a sudden nobody's going to our beach, then we can revisit.
But I think
But
if
I
we
don't think we'll
increase
have
the
that
value of what we offer there, you know, it's about value. You don't care if you pay $5 for something if it's valuable. You don't bat an eye. So I think as we increase the rates, we need to increase the value.
Anything else from my colleagues?
No, I did have another slide, but obviously the question, I think those, the questions you have has probably answered those slides, so. Unless there are any other questions.
We didn't mean to stomp all over your presentation.
I know, Casey, you're doing great. We dragged you through the mud. You're doing great.
We didn't mean to
We love you, Casey.
steamroll it and take it over.
I mean, it just started, it kept going, but again, I'm glad that you had those questions. I hope that I was able to answer the questions that you had in order to make a good decision on this.
Sure.
Noted.
Not all, maybe.
Right. Those who need help.
Again, the last slide just shows the revenue that the Parking Services Division has brought in. Again, we took last fiscal year and compared it to this fiscal year up to date. Again, previous to fiscal year 22, due to the pandemic, it was just hard to bring in good numbers. So we try to use a full year from last year just to show you a comparison of what beach parking revenue brings in and then what the boat ramp brings in.
So Casey, if I'm looking at this, the annual permit for OSHA or from Harvey Oyer hasn't really changed. It's actually gone down, it looks like.
Well, again, this is just
To date.
To date, correct, to half a year. So we may get a couple more permits sold before the end of the year. Again, the permits are good from October 1 to September 30th.
Oh.
So it's 17,160 for fiscal year 22. But
Correct.
to date, we're already there essentially with 6 months
comparison.
left. Okay, so we'll be over year.
All right, next slide.
No questions, Casey.
We already did all of that.
You set us up for that.
We already did all of that, Casey.
Mr. Young, we thank you for your hard work and your presentation.
Thank you.
We look forward to more information in our next meeting. All right, Mara, do we turn back to you?
We do.
All right.
So for the ARPA, I do have the tracking spreadsheet that IT can pull up. I do not have a presentation for this. Just to note, I think I've mentioned it earlier, we aren't utilizing any of ARPA funds for the balancing of the budget currently. So that does leave you about $4.5 million left to utilize for ARPA related projects at this point.
4.5.
Excellent.
Yeah.
As we recall, we struggled to find ways to fund all of those priority projects. And we said that if this was not being used to balance the fund, then we'll have more ways to accomplish more projects. So.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, that was it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's our.
Can someone elaborate on the vaccine incentive? Of what I'm looking at a few line items. This was prior, correct?
This was.
And what was that total dollar amount?
So the vaccine incentive to
Is that-
PBA was 17,000, to all other employees was 207,000, and then to the public was 43,675.
Almost just shy under 300,000, 260, okay, 260,000, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And then same thing with the millage rate. I do not have a presentation for that. Currently with the projected increase, we have about 5.2 million. A tenth of a mil gets you about $700,000. 5/10 of a mil is about $350,000. So those are some opportunities when the commission is looking at if we're increasing the fire assessment, could we decrease 5/10 of a mil or a tenth of a mil to offset some of those as well. But just a reminder, if you don't seek to increase some of these revenues, we do have a $2.2 million deficit currently in the general fund. So
Potentially. We're waiting for updated tax roll information, potential savings in self-insurance and whatnot.
Correct. So those are some just things that we wanted to make the commission aware of as we're balancing the budget going into the July workshop.
So on this note, I understand that we have a fundamental structural problem, right? We've heard that presentation. We need to address this. It's not going to be popular, but it needs to be done. By the same token, I would love to see calculations where I think, City Manager, you essentially hit it right on the head. If we were to go ahead and increase certain fees, switch to a more fee-based system, then we find ways to lower the millage rate. So it is not about collecting more money from residents. It's simply about transitioning about the way we collect revenue from one that is stable, one that's not dependent on fluctuating economies, precisely, right? So that I could be open to as long as we can see these calculations of how we balance the two, switching from one to the other.
Well, and the other part of that with the fee-based services is it does essentially affect the person that's utilizing those services. So when you're going to fee-based versus taxes, your taxes don't necessarily mean they're utilizing these core services, whereas the fee-based does offer the opportunity, the person utilizing that service or opportunity is paying for that fee as well. So.
Would it be fair to say that by heavily relying on property, it's in the name, it's property taxes, it doesn't take into consideration, or maybe it's better said that it relies more heavily on property owners, and not everyone in the city is a property owner, right? So this makes it more fair in the sense of it's not about whether you own property or not. It just depends on what service you use and to what degree, which is everyone, right?
Yeah.
All right. Any further thoughts on that from my colleagues? I mean, do we generally understand the problem, and do we agree about switching from one model to the other? Commissioner Cruz?
Sorry, last thing.
No, go ahead.
When we talked about the fee-based service and, the opportunity of potentially not changing that, and the fact that some of the mixed-use developments, and I don't know if the other apartments are the same way, but could we charge per household, kind of like we do the water fees, to make sure that every single household is being charged equally versus doing the commercial thing per square footage? Just thinking out loud.
You mean for the fire assessment specifically?
For everything. I mean, if we're thinking fee-based versus property taxes, then we're gonna have to look at, households versus.
Potentially, we'd have to look at how that would play out, but yeah, I mean, potentially. Yeah,
Thinking.
100%.
Yeah. That's all.
Anything else from my colleagues? Anything else from staff? Because every time I think we're done, it's never really done.
No, I just,
No, we're done.
I want all the options. I want to look at, fee-based versus ad valorem. I want to look at the CRA district. Like, I want to look at all of this.
Right.
I don't want to just pick one and look at, and like focus on that. I want to look at everything because these are very big decisions.
Yeah.
And I think there's maybe a little bit of everything that we can consolidate and have a plan that works for everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean, the residents.
Are we allowed
Commercial
to talk about
developments.
CRA stuff here, or
No.
would that be an issue?
That would be an issue.
So then why would we bring that up? So,
CRA.
yeah, so I'm saying if that was brought up, so we just need to go with the CRA. and
Might
bring that up.
directly impact the city.
Right.
Right.
So
I mean,
So we
take
can
some
have that
taxes,
conversation.
yes.
Mike?
We can have that
I'm-
conversation.
Let's let legal weigh in. I would be cautious, but that's,
When you're talking about the CRA, like talking about the option of, as a city commission, taking action to change the CRA, as opposed to discussing CRA business.
So one of the
Right.
options that were brought forward today was decreasing the size of the CRA district.
If that takes commission action, you're gonna need to discuss it as a
Okay.
commission.
okay.
So that is okay to discuss?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in the context of sitting in your city commission hats. You're gonna have to if you have to take action as a city commission, regardless of whether it's CRA, you have to discuss it as a city commission in an appropriate forum, whether here is just discussion, you would take action as a commission if you had to change an ordinance, for example.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to have that ability.
And
Obviously, we will defer to council. I was just under the impression that since the CRA is discussing potential changes, that would fall in
I'm
their
not
purview.
familiar with
But
what the CRA does.
Right,
I just know
so-
that if the commission is going to have to take action as a commission, then that aspect of the conversation has to occur in the commission context.
We'll do
I
what he
would think.
says.
Okay, so this, for essentially the same thing as expanding, like we discussed at the last vision, or strategic vision workshop. We're just doing the opposite. So I would like to see what that looks like in a presentation, whatever detail oriented.
Let me just, as odd as it may sound too, you could have a joint CRA commission workshop where you're wearing both hats if you're concerned about intervening those two things. But
Not bad.
I'm not really concerned if you're only discussing it in the role of the city commission.
Yeah, and to piggyback, Vice Mayor, it was kind of dangled over our heads, but it wasn't really explained, what those options are, how it works, what you're proposing, how much area, what, so just like the Vice Mayor, we can't, if you're going to dangle it, at least have it,
Let me see the
at
carrot.
least have, right, at
Don't
least,
show me. Let me at least look at the carrot.
right. So, I mean, give us, what are you looking for? What are you proposing? What are your thoughts? How is this going to help? And so that, and on the opposite end, I've had a couple of residents in District 4 who moved into what they thought was incorporated Boynton Beach because it's right next door to another neighborhood that's in Boynton Beach, has the same zip code, is Boynton Beach, and they're unincorporated and they're right next door. And so they've asked, I've had 2 residents in the same neighborhood who recently moved in there that said, I moved in thinking it was Boynton Beach and it's not. And how can we get annexed in? So, I mean, there is, I've had 2 residents out of a whole neighborhood, but I mean, it's out there. So you dangled that carrot too. So let's talk about, what are your thoughts? Where are you going? Where is this idea coming from? Have you been approached? Has there been?
And so what would be the process, right?
Right.
So it sounds like this commission is open, but just bring us back with more information. And on just briefly, Commissioner Kelly, I mean, we both live next to it. Palmyra is one community that's cut exactly in half. Their garbage cans are city, half is county. So that would be the most, no,
And then there's
obvious
another
choice.
neighborhood in between Palmyra and us, Fox Hollow, which is unincorporated. And that's the neighborhood where I've had people ask, why aren't we part of the city? So, and Andrew, I don't know if you know, do they use our utilities? Do you know?
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah, so I mean, that's, they're paying city utilities and they're thinking, we live in the city, and then they apply to be on, advisory boards and they're like, oh, you're not a city resident, so sorry. So,
Save you 25% if they can it.
That's right.
So the only thing I would add to what was said already is that if we're going to bring CRA related items to the commission, if we make sure that we get CRA staff input and that they're present at that meeting, because, well, they're the CRA experts, so we want to be able to have them available naturally. Other than that, I'm good with everything else. All good? Julie, we're done?
well, yeah.
Good.
On to number 4.
Yes, for, we've rescheduled the strategic plan meeting with Lyle Summik. We'll have that at a future date. So now we do need to move on to public audience. As always, same rules applies, 3 minutes per person. If you would like to speak on any of the presentations that you've heard thus far, starting with the fiscal budget presentation, now would be the time to approach the podium. Seeing none, we're going to go to those online. IT, do we have anybody online with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, public comments are now closed. We're going to move on to administrative information. We have 2 proposed July budget workshop dates. Staff, did you want to add anything about it?
So the only thing we're looking for is input from the commission as to, obviously, the dates would remain the same, but the time. So right now, we have it from 9 to 5 both days, but if the commission would have some input on that, we're open to that as well.
I think historically, we've done it during the daytime because these are exceedingly long meetings. And as same reasoning you said earlier, Vice Mayor, we can't be making them late at night. So I'm comfortable with this.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm
Mayor,
okay with
if I
it.
may.
Yes, absolutely,
Last
Commissioner.
year,
Yeah.
right after the budget, we had a lot of complaints from residents saying that they were working during the day and they weren't able to attend the meetings because we did them during the day. So, I mean, that's the reason why we had them scheduled starting at 4 o'clock. But I do understand that that's a lot on staff and you guys are here all day and you don't want to be here all night as well. I'd like to propose that we can either, if possible, could we do it on a Saturday, or if not, on a weekday, just one day, because, I have to take vacation time from work to take the day off. And so in order to do that, then it would have to be one day versus two.
Say your proposal one more time. What are you proposing exactly?
It's up to the board, but just
But what was
make
your
it
initial
one full
comment?
day versus 2 full working days.
If, I think from my experience, I don't think it's ever been possible. Has it been possible to do everything in?
I think last time we did 3. We did 3 last year, but we got it down to 2.
Two, but I don't think we've ever made it down.
I think we did like one full day and the next 2 days we did 5:30, if I remember, or I could be wrong, but I know it was at least one full day.
The third day we came in for half an hour and we could have consolidated it. I also have to take PTO. I think most of us do. Commissioner Hay, I don't think you do, Lucky. But, I'm not in favor of having it on Saturday. I'm okay with what this is. I'll make it work. If we can consolidate it, like what staff can come up with, I know maybe a day and a half, I'm okay with that. I hear and appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, but we're not just one person, we have to.
Yeah, we are. And like last time we did the strategic planning workshop, you proposed Saturday and then you left halfway afterwards.
It
So
was
we
another
are
day, and I have the right- I have the right to-
not one person. We are a whole body. And so
I'll say
No, just for the record, I have the right to take time to be with my mother on Mother's Day weekend. I don't have to justify that.
The whole purpose we're doing this meeting right now is so we can actually provide you guys a little bit more information as opposed to cramming everything into 2 days for scheduling. We wanted your guys' consensus of what you wanted to do for as far as a schedule for the budget. We provided 2 days. If that does not work, I still would like direction and consensus from the commission.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I would like to say that if we could cut down some of our questions in these meetings, they wouldn't be so long. I'm serious about it.
Are you self-policing?
We could get some of our questions answered ahead of time by talking with staff.
I don't disagree. Can we meet with staff and then maybe consolidate this to one day? Would you guys be open to that?
No. I think we used to have it, I think it was 3 days. Okay. But we said if we can finish in one day, fine. But usually it took like a day and a half. And we didn't need that third day. Okay. So what I'm saying is I feel that if we could cut out some of our questions here and get them answered before time, we could do it in one day and be done with it. But I'm not saying waste a lot of time, but we take up a lot of time in these meetings by asking questions that we may be able to answer ahead of time with staff, because we have an excellent staff. So that would be my take on this. I don't want to, I'm retired. I can do 2 days. I can do Saturday unless I have a funeral. That's another hat. But I think we can do it in one day if we would just commit to trying to find out what are the issues that we have and get those responses before we get to this meeting, the budget meeting.
So you're saying meet with staff and then try to get it done in a day.
Yeah.
I think that's a
Yeah.
great idea.
But you got to commit to getting your questions answered from staff, and not come here and, take half an hour on one question.
Commissioner, I agree with you. There are things we can do to speed up the meeting. However, I also don't want to rush through the meeting, right?
No, we don't.
So,
I'm not saying
right,
rush.
exactly. I know
Don't
you're
mean-
not, but I just want to say that
Report.
clearly. What I'd like to do is, listen, for staff, I'm comfortable with the two proposed dates. We may need both days. We may not need both days. We'll see when where we actually get
Where
there,
we are.
right? It just depends. There might be things that come up. We just never know. But for me, these two dates are just fine. In terms of changing the hours, I know I haven't been here as long as you, Commissioner, but I've been here long enough to know that really the turnout to these meetings really don't change. We've had Saturday meetings, we've had weekday meetings, we've had morning, we've had eve. I mean, it's, the numbers does not significantly change. People who, can't come at that time, they do have other options. Let's not forget that. This is why we broadcast. This is why we have all the online options, why people can email in, and we've got options always. So if it's about increasing turnout, I just don't see it actually.
Work too.
Oh, it's work as well? Okay,
The
that's
second day,
fair.
really. The first day is fine.
Yeah.
I think what Commissioner Hay, let's do our due diligence and then try to get it done in a day. Less PTO that we need to take.
Yeah.
You know, I
What
think
we
that's
could
a great
do,
idea.
we could leave Monday open instead of putting end day of 5 or end time of 5. We could leave it open, and whatever the commission desires at that point in time, we can choose to go past 5 if we are able to get it done, or we could cut it at 5 and decide whether or not we need an
But we
additional
can make the
day.
determination
Correct.
then. It really just depends on the level of questions, the nature of the discussion.
Right.
Can I?
So let's go to
Just
Commissioner
start
Kelly first.
Tuesday.
We'll get back to everybody, but let's get to Commissioner Kelly.
I mean, I am right there with Commissioner Cruz, and I want to make sure that we're not rushing through this process, but at the same time, I have to be honest, it is summer, and with vacations and PTO, I am committed to the city and these meetings and doing it. But if we can, just like Commissioner Cruz said, there was people that said in years past, there's been at least one that was at night. And not like the last day where the only thing they got to hear of was the closing comments. And then they could talk on public comment when everything else had already been discussed in other meetings. So, and on top of that, Tuesday is our CRA meeting. So we have to keep that in mind, that if we're having an all-day meeting on Monday and an all-day meeting on Tuesday and a nighttime meeting on Tuesday night, I mean, that's unrealistic that's insane.
Thank you for bringing that to light. That's an all-day extravaganza of which I will have none of. So
That is not a circus train I'm willing to ride, but.
Yes.
So, I would prefer to not have a meeting on Tuesday, but I know that this whole back-to-back is how it's been done, but I don't know if we can do a Wednesday night, like do Monday, do Wednesday night as the nighttime budget. Maybe we can start a little bit early, not too crazy, but so that.
Thank you, Commissioner. First of all, can we all agree to Monday?
So,
One of
yeah,
our days.
I think what Commissioner Kelly's saying is, let's do the whole day Monday. That way, all of us who work one day PTO, and then we could just finish out in the evenings.
In the evenings, but on
Right.
Wednesday.
On Wednesday, so we don't do
Tuesday
a
we have
marathon
PRO.
on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a great idea.
I'm comfortable. Now on Wednesday, are we good with Wednesday? Second day on Wednesday?
Yes.
If we end up needing it. What are we about on time on Wednesday? Can we begin a little bit earlier?
5:30, 5?
5?
Make it early because I teach Bible study at 7 o'clock on Wednesday. and I need to be there. I'll just get up and leave. But, you know. it's
Well,
like
just
I
ask
told-
your questions.
You guys can have it on Wednesday, have it as early as possible, and when it comes 6:45, I'm leaving.
All right.
So for those of you that are working,
Can we do
I mean,
Thursday?
5:30.
can you get here at 5:30?
Thursdays?
Thursday's fine.
Could we do Thursday instead? If
Would
it's
Thursday be better for you? Commissioner? All right, we've got Monday for sure, 9 to 5. Thursday, starting at 5:30. Is that good with
We
everyone?
can start at 5.
Can we double 5?
5:30.
I just want to make sure you can get there in time because I know you're coming from work.
No,
So-
it's fine.
So can we
5:30.
double check there's nothing else on Thursday? Can somebody check?
The art advisory board is on Thursday, but we can move them or reschedule their meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have agreement. Thank you. Closing comments, anything from staff?
So Monday, 9 to 5,
Yes.
and that's July 10th.
Yes.
Yes.
And then we're moving the Tuesday to Thursday, which would be July 13th, from 5:30 until
5:30.
5:30.
Yes.
Right, they got to get here from work, so we
Okay,
get them. all up.
5:30 until 9:30 or 9?
TBD.
TBD?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, we may not need, it just depends how Monday goes.
Yeah, I was
Monday
gonna,
you go
can I
past
just,
5?
on scheduling and notice, we're gonna notice it as one meeting with a adjournment at whatever time, if it's 5 or whatever, with any unfinished business to be completed on Thursday, the 13th. And that way, you don't have, I've seen it in the past where you might have the resolutions on the third day and then, or it's been noticed on that, come back to do the resolutions. We'll do it as one meeting with a note that says the meeting may, adjourn, and wherever it adjourns on Monday, it'll resume and finish on Thursday. So we'll work with the clerk's office, but that's the concept, right? And do you
Yes.
want a hard stop at 5, or you just want it to start at 9 until, probably clearer to have an adjournment time for the public as well, so they know what to expect.
5 is a long day. We can
Yeah.
do.
So we'll do,
Fine.
we'll do a set 9 to 5, and then if necessary, roll it over to Thursday as one meeting with those notes.
Yes.
Okay?
Perfect. And obviously, we'll take periodic breaks. It's a very long stretch of time. Closing comments from anyone? Commissioner? Anybody, am I right?
Thank you.
If there's nothing else from my colleagues and staff, may I have a motion to
So moved.
adjourn? There's a motion and a
Thank you all for your
second.
time.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.